Hello, my heroes and villains. This is me, the illustrious sausage grand tomato slime extraordinaire, and we're back in Star Rail, which I have to turn the volume of up. Last time, I fucking lost it over Treeby. Yeah, last time, we semi-recovered, Kremnos with Midemos, and he's out there as the new god of strife, ruling his seat land and fighting off the Black Tide. And then we got the Treeby backstory.
Nice.
Which, I love her. That's all I have to say. I love her. It was really well done. It was really, really well written. And I am super excited to continue on. I would expect we're probably going to see Cypher in this patch. Hopefully get a little bit more focus on Finan himself. I was kind of disappointed by the lack of Finan last patch. But you know, it be how it be. There's a lot of characters, and the ones I did focus on got a lot of really good focus. So we're going to continue on. I will have to show off first. I got Foogie Woogie for my Magnificent Queen Rappa. I'm not fully satisfied with her yet, but she's pretty good. She's pretty good. We will make her stronger still. I also realized and blurted out the very funny out of context phrase, "None of you have good feet." When I looked at the speed boots that I have for my brake people, because I'm not happy with any of them. But like I said, that's for not now times. Damn it, I accidentally skipped the recap, and I kind of want to do the recap. Like I said, I was gonna teleport here to like get the stream ready, and said no. Good. Can I, if I go into the quest, maybe? No, maybe in Fate's Atlas? God, I don't know how to get to the quest from there. I think this is still just showing me Yunli's quest, which I haven't done. Yeah, damn it! I think I just fully skipped it. Oh well, we know what happened. If you don't, there's a whole previous VOD to watch, which maybe I should have done that. But whatever, we're good. We're going forward. Oh, I miss you already, Trian. Rubios's memory has unveiled the very first prophecy. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate. If I take on Orynyx's trial, will the prophecy come to pass for me as well? I am expecting us to die and Casterus to revive us in this patch also. There's just been like too many hints at stuff. Casterus is too much like going on with death and stuff that I'm expecting. Haha, Herrscher of Rebirth. And yeah, there were, you know, there have been signs and foreshadowing and kind of direct showings of it. I don't remember if it was in the last update or if it was in trailers though. Regardless, I must give Aglaia an answer. I want to be the time man.
Ah, it's you, Cass. I finished the anthology of poems you lent me. Here it is.
I thought you'd be too preoccupied to find time for reading.
Precisely because of these obligations, I felt compelled to read it swiftly.
Wouldn't all these preoccupations slow your pace?
On the contrary, Knowing that time is limited can push one to overcome their limitations. The weight of these responsibilities seems to have enhanced my reading efficiency.
Hey,
I
I love
understand
you.
completely. During my time at the Grove, the closer exams drew, the more efficient I became at tackling everyday mundane tasks. Anything but my actual studies.
Precisely. As I remember, you and Finon were both disciples of
Okay,
Lord
so it was
Saus.
actual
I
fighting.
assume that Anaxa's exams were as unreasonable as the man himself, correct?
The divorce arc
The
continues!
courses Professor Anaxa taught were Introduction to Alchemy and History of Mythology. And to be perfectly honest, those two courses were the students' greatest nightmares.
The history of mythology, taught by the blasphemous great performer himself. I can imagine their fear.
Now that I think about
I
it,
need more information of
students
why
will
they
often
hate each
rush to
other
the
so
podium
much.
during class to challenge him on those blasphemous ideas.
Then he beat the shit out of them with words.
May I ask, Lady Aglaya,
Yes!
has your relationship with Professor Anaxa
Tell me!
always
Spill the
been like
tea!
this?
He openly dismisses people's faith and questions the very justification of the flame chase journey. Our positions have been destined to be at odds. While you were studying there, I assume you must have heard of his nickname.
Which one? I've heard several in this conversation alone.
As I see it, this nickname is more of an insult to the Dromas. Despite his insufferable arrogance, I do hold a certain respect for his nature as a scholar. To remain true to his principles, he is unafraid to stand opposed to the world, and that requires considerable resolve. Anaxagoras' life is almost like a satire. As a Chrysos heir, he refuses to heed the prophecy, while he disrespects the gods.
The gods
Meanwhile,
have
he's
chosen
becoming
him.
one.
He was indeed chosen by Circes. Is something weighing on you, Cass? The golden thread is quivering. I sense there's more to this exchange than idle chatter.
With all due respect, I'd like to know what you plan to do with him.
In light of his assistance in the battle against the Flame Reaver, I am willing to grant him some time to find a way to remove the core flame. However,
So, we
if
just
Anaxa
don't want
decides to
him
make any move that places us in danger,
as one.
I will not hesitate to take extreme measures.
I won't hesitate, bitch.
Just as I feared.
The Flame Chase journey is the destined path for the Chrysos heirs. Yet he now seems more like an empty shell. Given his strong sense of self-respect, I trust that Anaxagoras will make the right decision.
Still, I can't help but hope for another possibility. Perhaps Anaxa will also overcome his limitations, now that he knows time is limited.
I understand your stance. Let's continue this discussion another time. But now, let's greet our guest.
Me, I'm here. Hello.
You're here. Does this mean you're ready to take on Orynyx's trial?
Sure. We are ready. Mem and me.
It seems that this sacred
I'm
beast
scared
is
of how
just
much
as
Mem is gonna
indispensable,
start
given
talking,
their intricate
in this
ties
patch.
to the Titan.
given how, like, fast she...
Memmy mem.
Thanks to you, I've evolved from a little dog to a sacred beast. Given how much she, like,
Surrendering
evolved
your faith
last
is a
time.
Chrysos heir's duty. Your selfless assistance is deeply appreciated. However, I urge you to carefully
I don't know about
consider the risks
selfless.
of
I don't even have to
accepting
get
the trial.
bitches.
Becoming a demigod means forsaking your humanity. You will inherit Orynyx's divinity and bear the time of Amphorius, all on your own. From that point onward, your fate will be forever intertwined with ours, never to be separated again.
I mean, we
the end of
already got
Genesis.
married in the first segment, so Are you trying to talk me out of it?
On the contrary, you are the only one who qualifies to attain divinity.
He's just trying to make
Yet,
sure
for
we're
that very
committed.
reason, I do not wish to pressure you.
What's our plan B?
It's exceedingly rare to find a capable Chrysos heir. If this path proves unattainable, I am willing to lower my expectations. There are still many priests of Yanissopolis and their descendants in the city. If I'm left with no other option, I'll try to find someone worthy among them.
If I do not descend if I do not descend into hell, who will?
Mem, worry.
Don't worry. With me by your side, even if things go south, you'll be headed straight to heaven. We've come so far, and everyone is counting on you to be a hero. After the trial, you have nothing to fear. The Time Titan may be rough at times, but they never caused us any harm. Miss Heather the Ornix opposes mortals, but to me, they just seem a bit timid, like a child.
It looks like you know that Titan rather well.
Oddly enough, I don't remember ever meeting them, but the moment I saw Saucy's, Ornix's memories were already in my head.
Memories that exist outside of your own experiences.
I can't explain why, but I can vouch for Mem's words. When I was in the abyss, I heard the Titan's groans, full of pain and grievances.
I wonder if it's
yet
resonating with
loving
the Stellar
and
Arm. I trust you all to make the right call.
Since you've made your decision, go back to the bath chamber and get some rest. Trinem will call for you when the ceremony is ready. It is difficult for me, as the guide, to absolve myself from blame for things to have progressed to this point. Time and again, you have risen to the occasion for Akima. Nearly rewarding you with some honeydew is no longer able to express the extent of our gratitude.
Marry me.
When the dust settles, I hope that we'll have the chance to have a long chat regarding your return journey and the curse of the sky. It's about time that we lift the taboo and discuss things openly.
Before leaving, I should go say hi to Castris.
Mister,
Hi, Rice.
may everything go well for you and Mem.
You need a glider for something too?
It's nothing. I only came to discuss some matters
He was here
with
to
Lady
gossip.
Gaia. Previously, I lent her an anthology of poems that Lady Trianne had gifted to me. Tracing back, this anthology was something left for Lady Trianne by a bard before their passing. Although personal properties should be cleared out once their owner has passed on, Lady Trianne gave this book to me since she knew how much I like to read.
Can you tell me more about the book?
It just contains an allegory. In a faraway land, in a city known as Styxia,
Okay, the river
a
Styx.
dragon corrupted by the black tide descended one day.
Okay, so that's the dragon you're gonna
swooping upon
get
the city like
for your
death
kit.
itself. It swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed. After taking down the evil dragon, the warriors discovered that the princess's life had already met its end.
She became the
The
dragon.
queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh and blood. However, having lost memories of her previous life, the resurrected princess turned into an evil dragon herself and wreaked havoc on the city. As a result, the prosperous Styxia met its demise.
This is a story about you. What a touching story.
Mem?
Huh? How was it touching?
I actually think so too. Mem?
What? That was the correct option to increase friendship level?
The author of this book is Archepia, a wandering bard who traveled to many cities. Among the things she left behind are poems, dictionaries, and many tragicomedy scripts. She even clearly underlined and took notes in books that covered myths with her elegant handwriting. While flipping through these books, I felt like I was afforded a glimpse into the life of Archepia. It felt just like I was traveling with someone that I'd never met before. It was as if she had yet to pass on and was still alive.
No one goes through their life without leaving their mark behind. She probably did not think much of it while she was writing. Yeah, no one goes through life without leaving their mark behind.
Right. Writing, drawing, and taking photographs. It seems like human nature to try and leave records of things. Speaking of taking photographs, when I was helping you to take the photo previously, I did not look through the photos in your photo stone out of courtesy. But I'm also very curious about the story of the Rosy Celestial Maiden. Despite having visited many cities in Amphorius, I still understand nothing about the world beyond the sky.
Yeah, there's a lot out there.
If there is an opportunity... forget it. Let's talk about
Cascareth wants
this
to
in the
come with
future.
us.
For now, I only hope that you'll be able to complete the trial safely and obtain Orynyx's blessing.
Hey, Mark is still freezing, by the way. I don't think there's anything else here to do here. Time to go back and talk to Dun Hung. I do hope we get a bit more information of what's going on with March and Herta and all them. This update. Hi, Finan. Citizens
That's
Assembly.
right. Oh, partner, you're back just in time. This is something that the both of you should probably know.
More trouble?
I wouldn't call it trouble. I just think it will be favorable if the both of you understand the situation in Akima better.
Do you remember the Council of Elders that was on our heels previously? It seems like they've made their move.
Some background information for you. The Council of Elders is an authoritative body in Amphorius, made up of different city representatives. They hold legislative power over the Holy City, and are in charge of presiding over the Citizens' Assembly held once every few years. This is the most important social event of Akima. It is highly influential, and can even affect what happens to the Flame Chase journey.
Flame Chase journey. So Glaya doesn't actually call the shop?
Despite her vision and wisdom that spans across thousands of years, even she cannot win over the hearts of everyone.
I've never once passed my sociology class. Perhaps you should retake some exams next time we visit Paperfield University. Tell me more about the Citizens
Every
Assembly.
5 to 10 years, the Council of Elders organizes a Citizens' Assembly at Dawncloud. During the assembly, the representatives will vote on major issues, such as whether the Chrysos heirs led by Aglaya should still hold the right to govern the Holy City, and whether the Titan's conquest should continue.
Here's the thing. It kind of doesn't matter what they vote. Because if they don't vote yes, Aglaya's gonna do something. And it probably won't be great. Sounds like some sort of system to balance the heroes and the mortals.
That is correct. However, the problem lies in the fact that there are ill-intentioned extremists in the Council of Elders. They view the Citizens' Assembly as a way to restrain the Chrysos heirs, and hope to take complete control over the Flame Chase journey.
Why?
We can
What
refer
power
to
are they
them
gonna
as
get?
the opposition.
Like, the
During
world's
the
ending.
assemblies held in the past 100 years, the voices supporting the opposition have been growing stronger in the shadows. It's only thanks to Aglaya that the Flame Chase journey has been able to continue to this day. The Citizens' Assembly is just around the corner, but this time, there seems to be a new variable to the situation.
Me! Actually, is it an Anaxa? Looks like you've realized it as well.
I'm afraid that the Council of Elders might want to take advantage of Professor
Anaxa may be a bitch, but he's not going to side with them.
Aglaya will surely take back Cersei's core flame. But with Anaxa's current condition,
I think
it's so unique that nobody knows how taking the core flame away from him will affect him.
Anaxa may, like, be a heretic and kind of hate Aglaya, but he respects her. But they did say he kind of doesn't believe in the flame chase
He has
journey.
always been someone that is only concerned about his own research.
I still don't
I'm
think
certain
he'd
that he
side with
must
them.
want to escape from the monitoring of the Golden Thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an olive branch at this time.
You suspect that he might betray the flame chase journey and defect towards the Council of Elders.
Anaxa has never believed in the prophecy, so technically it cannot be considered a betrayal. However, he has taught many Chrysos heirs, and has long been considered an important ally of Akuma.
Yeah, I don't see him.
See comrades turning
I
on
don't see
one
him
another.
going to their side. I have a better understanding of the full picture now. Is there anything we can do?
As I believe in his character, I plan to plead with Aglaya and try to buy more time for him. Then, the greatest way in which you can help is for you to know what I am fighting for.
We understand. Thank you for being honest with us. Things are piling up again. Sauce and Mem are tied up with Ornyx's trial, and when I'm preparing to visit the Grove to uncover clues about the world beyond the sky. Let's just take things one step at a time.
Allow me to apologize for the fact that we always seem to be troubling you. I hope that Ornyx will show more benevolence and be more accommodating. I remember that they seemed quite fond of you back in the Abyss. Go and rest and regain your strength.
I don't know if
We'll meet at the
fond
Vortex in a
was
few
how I'd
days.
describe it.
Oh, right. You can read this scroll if you want to find out more about the Council of Elders and the Citizens' Assembly.
Democratic politics has always fascinated citizens of different city-states in Amphorius. When Akuma was first established, its democracy was limited to a privileged minority. However, through ongoing reforms, the Akuman Citizens' Assembly took to the stage, transforming Akuma's governance into a democracy for all, where the Citizens' Assembly made every major decision. It's important to note that as the Black Tide draws near and the citizens from other city-states join Akuma's political life, the precious rights of Akuma's original citizens are becoming increasingly diluted. Consequently, voices calling for reform with the Akuman Citizens' Assembly system grew even louder. Democracy is only one of the consequences of civilization's development, rather than the cause of development. For democracy to be productive, it must appoint different rules for different societies, situations, and issues. No single rule can be optimal for all scenarios. In other words, Akuma's Citizens' Assembly system will continue to evolve as this book is written. Due to time limitations, this publication focuses only on the current Akuman Citizens' Assembly, not its future developments. Readers should bear this limitation in mind. Citizenship, and citizenship policies of Akuma. Before examining the Akuman Citizens' Assembly operational mechanisms and core functions in depth, I'm not reading all this. They're Greek. The trial feels like it's around the corner. I'm starting to feel nervous. It's not that soon. There's still a few more days. I feel like I said, nah, it's not that. There's still a few days. This is just an exaggerated figure of speech to express how nervous I'm feeling right now. Let's just hope that everything goes well. After all, as someone who's entrusted their gaze of an aeon, or has earned the gaze of an aeon, you'll be able to overcome the trial of a regional god just fine. We've also unknowingly gotten used to sleeping with the midday sun shining brightly above our heads. Get some rest, Saucius. Perhaps a new phase of our trailblazing expedition M4 is about to begin. Get some rest and wait for the trial. A few days later at the Vortex of Genesis.
Esteemed one, Orynyx's vacant totem awaits. If you have already made your preparations to become a pillar of Amphorius, please, step forward.
Mr. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what I should say to help calm your nerves.
Give me a kiss.
Right. Perhaps something like, as long as you can successfully complete this trial, the rest of the Flame Chase journey will be smooth sailing? No, that sounds a little strange. Don't worry. It won't take up too much of your time. Don't worry. You'll
She's doing her
definitely
best.
make it back alive? Oh. Sorry. It seems like I've made the mood even heavier. In any case, may everything go your way.
Accepting a Titan's trial is a very peculiar experience. I'm afraid that I'm not able to accurately describe it. You can only go and experience it for yourself. I believe that you'll be able to pull it off.
Little Gray.
Oh wait, no, I didn't want to talk to you
your
yet.
resolves cannot be questioned.
I didn't talk to Aggie.
We praise your pure
I
selflessness.
didn't see the icon above her head.
May Kefali light your path forward. Get ready to assume Orynyx's divinity, Trailblazer. The divine position of Orynyx has already been vacant for some time. We can feel the space of the trial closing. As there isn't much of their soul left, we'll have to complete the ceremony before their soul completely dissipates.
I've long gotten used to fighting fires.
The eighth core flame coveted by the miracle that once belonged to the great Vale of Evernight, Orynyx. It shall now be returned by the two elected
I'm gonna bring
heroes
the
of
night.
Chrysosaurus,
I'm gonna be the
a
Shadowbringer.
traveler who is upright and courageous, and a sacred
I can't believe this is just
that
14.
invokes miracles. Who?
This is a who for me, not that.
Both of you, please, come forward. Recite along with us. O Majesty of the 12 Titans,
Pillars of the world.
we seek your
Sucks that
divinity
Trailblazer still isn't
to
voiced.
mend the rifts
To mend the
of
rifts
world.
of the world.
Fill our bodies
Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy. I don't think I have gold blood.
These are just words meant to make the prayer seem more solemn. Please, focus. And surrender the core flame.
Ooh, press and hold to submit the core flame and complete your objective. Titan's murmurs.
Orynyx. Their soul has been waiting for a long time.
I don't know, they were a little cranky last time.
They're also quietly waiting for the arrival of their successor.
Wait for my return, my friends. I love all of you. The pleading eyes. That doesn't seem appropriate for the current mood. So let's just leave the farewells for next time.
Don't worry. You're tougher than I am, right?
Probably. Probably not. Let's go, Sausius. Mem.
Traveler from beyond the sky, let us pray that the Titan acknowledges your worthiness.
Although he loves cracking jokes at inopportune times,
Sure do.
his determination is as strong as the Chrysos heirs. He will definitely succeed. While he's away, I would like to have a chat with you, Aglaya.
Serious.
Speak. I'm listening.
Slap, slap! Wake up!
Slap.
How is it? How do you feel?
So in here, she's just all talk all the time, huh? How are you able to talk?
Alright, I think that it's amazing too. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I have such a cute voice. It must be because of all the memories that I collected. They allowed me to grow beyond expectations. Also, listen.
Okay, now say hi
The
to
words
me.
of the Titan are becoming clearer.
Mother, it hurts. Have I finally reached the end? Are the years of isolation coming to an end?
Onyx. Oh, how heartbreaking. Ever since the figure draped in the black cloak robbed them of their core flame, they have been relegated to waiting in isolation in such a confined space. We are going to help alleviate their pain, right?
They're going to become me or something.
Memories broken.
Alright, I do want to be me for this. And the only team that I have right now that uses me, you know what? We can make this team slightly inefficient.
Mother.
I gotta switch to remembrance though.
Mother? Who are they calling out for?
Okay, this is where we met, Ornyx that time. This is also where we found, Trian, right? Where we fought, what's his name? Where we fought the Flame Reaver.
It's you.
Anaxopolis.
Skyfather has gazed upon you.
Okay, so Skyfather is fully.
Mother is calling for you.
Ooh, okay. So if Skyfather is fully, Mother probably also refers to a Eon. But Noose is gender neutral. Which Eons are female presenting? Enna and Sheepe are, I believe. Idrilla was. There, which other ones were? Because obviously they all go by they, right? But there are some that are more like female presenting than others. Yaoshi is, but I don't feel like they'd put Yaoshi here. Aha's not. Akavili's not. I don't actually know about Hall, the equilibrium. Ix, I don't think is. Land is male presenting. Long is male presenting. Maybe Mythos? Nanook is male presenting. Noose is gender neutral. Ouroboros looks female presenting. Oh, I'd be so excited if the veracity comes in here. Clyphoth is kind of gender neutral, but leans more male, I think. Terry is male presenting. I don't think we know anything about Terminus. Really, like their appearance wise or anything like that. Hijipe Yoshi. Huh. I wonder if it might be the Enigmata. The veracity would be so cool. I've said before, I deeply want the veracity to show up. Does Skyfather refer to Fully? The Titan's words are indistinct. Each syllable emerging from the mist seems to be cloaked in frost, symbolizing memory.
Father has chosen.
It could also be Noose and they've just assigned female attributes to it, but you know, we're still waiting for that third one. Who is your mother? No, don't murmur on me, tell me. A majestic voice pierces through the golden mist, reaching the unseen mountain walls in the distance, reflecting and returning to your ears in an echo. Within the echo, you seemingly could make out the cry of a baby.
Mother is no longer responding.
Which ones are dead? So Anna's dead. Anna's not actually really dead, though. They're inside of Shipe. Adrilla's dead. Or missing, at least. I think the third one might be Adrilla. Ouroboros is also inactive. But no, I'm leaning towards I think the third Eon might be Adrilla. Alright, let's keep going. We've come to you because of something important.
Something important.
Adrilla is also one of the ones that has a 1-to-1 comparison point in I forget her name, but in Aglaya's core flame.
An important matter.
Orynyx, listen to me. Aren't you tired? Throughout the long years, you have always been protecting the fate of Amphorius. Each time people draw strength from within their memories, every single ripple falls onto your shoulders. There's no need for you to bear this any longer, Orynyx. From today onwards, someone else will bear time on your behalf. This is why we have come.
Freedom. Freedom. I want freedom.
Oh, poor child. Everything will be
Child,
fine.
you say?
Let us help you. You can have a good rest now.
What's troubling you, big fella? The shape of Onyx every time really reminds me of Noose. Like with the one big eye and the big structure around it.
Powerful and tenacious. But you lack something. Just one thing.
Lacking something. What is it?
What you lack is a future.
Okay, that either is because we're gonna die, or this is going to tie into the stuff with Kafka about us having, like, about fate not being real and us having freedom to like choose your own path in wow, what's the exact quote? I think it's like choose the path in your own way. Oh, now I'm maybe back on the finality being involved, but I'm still kind of with Adrilla. That's right. I live in the moment. I choose my path forward in my own way.
Traveler from the sky, you should have dissipated already.
What does that mean?
The gaze from the Sky Father stabilized your form.
Huh.
Because from the moment you crossed the
Oh!
sky, your life was cast away.
Wait, did we die in the crash?
Right now, you are simply a
We became a memo
collection
sprite.
of walking
Or not a memo sprite, a memo keeper.
What? How is that possible?
You mean that I'm already dead? Uh-oh.
The space is collapsing. Someone must inherit the authority of time.
Give it to me!
If the pillar is lost, the laws of time
That's probably not good.
will collapse. Amphorius will succumb to eternal disorder.
You still haven't explained things clearly. What about the trial?
Time never compromises, never bears grudges, never forgives, never makes a choice.
I make a lot of choices.
Child of humanity, Titans, Mother, Sky Father. Time restrains everything that exists in this world.
Orynyx's divinity is dissipating? Is the trial coming to an end?
Pathstrider of remembrance, my strength.
Okay, they are still giving
I
it to me.
shall entrust it to you. The fate of the world, if you wish to save it.
I will.
And find
I fight for all that is beautiful in the world.
stolen. Even if that means You'll have to cheat death.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
You'll have to challenge that. Hand of shadow, clasped with unyielding fingers.
Got it. I'm gonna have to give Casper's a smooch. Before the passing of 15 entry hours, go forth and reclaim your future. This is a true trial of time. Well, that was radical. You're finally awake. I'll keep it simple. You succeeded. Onyx has entrusted you with their divinity. Now you're no different from a demigod of Amphorius. However, Mem has told me about what happened during the trial. They're still explaining things to the others, and told me to bring you back to your room to rest first. So, what's my superpower? For you to be able to say that even now, you're truly impressive. There's something that I've never told you. When we landed on Amphorius, our car was pierced by Nikudor's lance. Do you remember? Back in the ruins of the Abyss, this is what I said. You passed out when our car got hit. I blacked out too, but not before dragging you out. It's a good thing we were in the car, or we would have been crushed to pieces. Actually, my account kind of made light of the situation. What actually happened was much more complicated. You were severely injured back then, with several wounds still bleeding profusely. I struggled to carry you out and used the last of my strength to stem the bleeding. But then, I was also hit by a falling rock and lost my consciousness. The last time I checked, you still weren't breathing. But when I regained consciousness, I saw that you were alive and full of energy, so I never brought it up again. So you were knocked unconscious by a rock. Besides the point. I'm not sure whether the gaze of Fully has anything to do with this matter, but according to the Titan, you are living in the form of a memory right now, just like those objects of the past in the miracles of Onyx. Perhaps Mem is the anchor rope that ties you to the present. I'd assumed they couldn't stray too far from you, but the truth might be the exact opposite. Stellaron, do something! For a while, I also thought that the Stellaron was your life support system, but it seems like this hypothesis has been disproven. It's not time for us to despair yet. There must be a way to save you. Onyx mentioned finding your stolen future and cheating death. Considering Maide's indestructible body, it seems to suggest that there is some kind of miraculous power in Amphorius that can even reverse death. The key seems to lie within the Hand of Shadow, whose whereabouts are unknown.
Hey, are you alright? I heard you two talking about Thanatos.
Alright, yep, just full conversations
very
now.
Concerned about the warning. She has left the vortex and returned to the garden. Shall we go and look for her? Thanatos is the Titan that Cass has always been looking for. Regardless of whether there are any clues, there's probably no one else that understands death better than her.
Let's do that then.
Oh, right. There's something that I have to tell you. The Chrysosairs already know everything that has happened to you.
Yeah, you told them.
I
Don
was
Hung
too
told me that.
worried, so I told them everything. Please don't hate me, okay?
Ma'am, they could never make me hate you. She doesn't seem to be talking anymore. Teleporting, go! Okay, it's one of them. I want one of these so bad. I'm so mad the Chimera work event didn't give one to us.
Mister, I'm right here.
Hello. You hear soft steps coming closer, one step at a time.
Please stay there and slowly turn around.
For some reason, you feel like you've seen this scene before. You want to turn your head, but you glimpse a dash of purple brushing past your face. Then, oh! That's also why we could touch her, because we're already dead. You can't kill something that's already dead, and what is dead may never die. A chill seeps through your skin, spreading into your veins. Thump, thump, your heartbeat begins to slow. Spin around immediately and give Casperus a scare. I didn't give her a smooch. In the blink of an eye, time seems to have frozen beneath that cold sensation, and you just happen to close your eyes.
Please pardon me.
A subtle fragrance of unnamed flower fills your senses, its sweetness making you forget the need to breathe. You realize you were still alive. No, to be more precise, your death was not thorough. The coldness of the initial touch disperses as quickly as it came, and replacing it is a touch of fingertips and a tremble born of trepidation that originated from a certain lanky arm. Her quivering finger gently brushed against your cheek, causing a faint tickle.
Just as I expected. I cannot feel anything.
Casperus, you're shaking.
Back at the Grove, I was puzzled as to why you were not affected by my curse. I thought that it might have been the special ability of a traveler from beyond the sky. Never did I expect that this would be the true reason. I'm sorry. I should have noticed that something was amiss earlier. Mister, if my abrupt behavior just now offended you, I hope that you can forgive me. I'm just thinking, if your soul has really left your body, as a mortician, I might be able to trace where it has gone to.
Cass, did you find anything?
My apologies. Not as of yet. Perhaps I have overestimated my capabilities.
I believe in you.
But, mister, would you be willing to let me try again? This time, I'll increase the area of contact slightly. Perhaps the result might be different this time.
No harm in trying again.
I have never touched the living in this way before. If my actions are in any way disrespectful, I hope that you can forgive me.
You couldn't disrespect me. Casperus once again places her palm on your face. Her shivers calm somewhat this time. Did you discover something?
I seem to have caught a glimpse of something. Your soul is currently roaming someplace.
Ah, shit, we're
cannot
Brooke.
Find a way to escape.
We ate the revive fruit.
Perhaps it might not be a bad thing. If your soul is still wandering around, it means that we still have
about
time.
15 hours.
We have a chance to find it before the fingers of Thanatos sweep everything away. Clues. Just a few more. I need more guidance. The connection has been severed. With my strength, I'm not able to trace it. It was me. I was a little too hasty. Don't worry, mister. Although we currently have no leads, I will do my best to search for the whereabouts of Thanatos, bring back their core flame, and personally return to you the life that you have lost too soon.
We can work together for that.
Know that I'm lacking in confidence, but I hope that you can keep this promise of mine in mind. Before I manage to deliver on this promise, please do your best to hang on. Amphorius needs you.
Live on bravely. I understand.
Lady Aglaia and Lord Finon are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about you too. If possible, please go there and let them know that you're well. Although, I don't actually know whether your current situation can be described as well. Also, please accept this Styxian fable. Reading can help one to focus and relax. I hope that reading this can help tide you through this difficult period.
Okay, this is the poem she was telling us about. Oh, the story holds great value. If it is true, then it was the evil dragon that brought death to Styxia. But where is the dragon now? The one who once took the form of the princess. She's right here. I don't know if she actually is the dragon, or if the, because the dragon's her memo sprite. So I don't know if she is the dragon, or if we're, like, the dragon is the other half that she was, talking about.
They're here.
In previous patches.
Partner! Hyacinth said you definitely wake up. How do you feel?
The entire world knows about this now. She can even take the pulse of someone who's dead? Feels quite cool being a departed spirit.
At least you look.
I should go and scare. Whoa.
I think that most living people don't even look as good as you do.
You've completed the trial of time, and I have to admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind. However, I never expected that two people who have cheated death would appear in Akima at the same time.
That's what we have been talking about. Mighty has been in Akima for such a long time, but has no one thought to study his indestructible body? If there were even any minor breakthroughs, we wouldn't be as clueless as we are right now.
Many have had this idea, but so far, there have been no results. If it were successful, Thanatos wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Nevertheless, now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope. Cypher. If anyone in this world
yes, let me see her.
Whereabouts of death, it would be her. I'll try and get her to return to Akima.
I'm probably gonna have to skip her, but
outcome.
Let me see her
Please
anyway.
Understand that throughout the history of Amphorius, no one has ever managed to escape the clutches of death. At the end of time, Thanatos silently awaits all.
Thank you for your help.
It is my duty. We too require you to bear the divine position of time. But before that, just...
What's wrong, Aglaya?
Omens always come in pairs. A tiny air current will eventually brew into a storm that tears the sky apart. It's Anaxagoras. He has initiated contact with the Council of Elders.
I still trust him.
It has still come down to this.
I earnestly hope that your assessment of him is accurate, Finan. Otherwise, the efforts of my teacher and I of the past millennium might be reduced to dust because of that great performer.
I'm back here again. I remember this dream. This realm is covered in a silk-like fog, and the land is barren and harsh. The crowd of travelers leaves tracks everywhere.
Hey! Excuse me! What is this place? Where in Amphorius are we?
But here in the underworld, your past seems close
The mutters of a
behind.
traveler are in a language I'm unable to comprehend. Or perhaps they're just distracted and ignored my question.
Tell me,
Yes, I
which
confuse
Titan
his
reigns over this
mind.
land? And how do I find them?
Hand of Shadow.
I can't believe Anaxa ended up in the underworld.
Hand of Shadow Thanatos. Could this possibly be the Netherrealm?
Not Netherrealm.
Oh no, we're in purgatory.
Then where is this? River of Souls? The outskirts of the Netherrealm? Are you heading downstream toward the Netherrealm?
The Netherrealm.
Oh,
Nothing
there is
but
no
an
underworld.
illusion. Titan rejects you, me. Listen.
What? The Traveler lifts their wrinkled fingers and remains silent. I
Reunion.
look in the direction they are pointing and listen closely. There. A massive shadow brought the sound of rushing tides. The sound of tides. I can hear it.
The abyss.
I hear it, deep within the tides, beyond the closed gates of the void world. A voice, about to recount something.
Child of humanity. Is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency?
Ah, Cersei's.
Oh, you have awoken. Welcome back to the mortal realm.
I need her playable. I know it won't happen,
Your
but I need
consciousness
it.
is dissipating much faster than I expected. Ultimately, it seems like the Titan's core flame is incompatible with a mortal body.
How much longer can my consciousness remain in the mortal realm?
In my estimation, at best, you'll see 15 more.
Ooh, okay,
entry
that's the same as
hours.
us.
15 days and nights.
Oh.
What is it?
Oh,
Are you
it's
finally
15
starting to
days,
become
not
attached
actual
to the
hours.
mortal world now?
Entry hour is
On the
dawn, that's what
contrary,
that sub 10 minutes. Okay.
15 days feels a little too long for solving a singular problem. Stop giggling. It's time for us to go. The messenger from the Council of Elders is almost here.
Let me ask you one more question. Are you really planning to betray Aglaya's will?
What betrayal is there to speak of when I was never loyal to her to begin with?
What about that white-haired student of yours? Acting so recklessly, do you not care about what might happen to him?
There will be a price to pay for blind faith. This is also a lesson for Finan.
You truly are a strict teacher.
Ooh.
Of course. This is how I've always been.
Wait, can I use him? Oh, I can.
Looks like it's not a bad time for a performance.
Play like how you usually do in the simulated universe.
Wait, no, you need to go here. Beep, 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 beep.
Stop saying weird things!
Is that a line for an accent? It's like that. There she is. That's hilarious. I love you, Chibi. Well, it's probably Trianne, but Oh, gun. Ah, there's a fucking butterfly. Ugh, we have to remember that one.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Anaxagoras. It's been a while, Lord Anaxagoras.
Huh. This design's funky.
I
kind of love it.
On behalf of all the citizens of Akima.
This would be a Titankin,
my
right?
deepest regret about what happened at the Grove of Epiphany.
It's you. I never expected that you would personally come and meet me.
By carefully into Lantern above, I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
There are Anti-Catherans here? They have been a rare sight ever since the Chrysos War.
I extend to you my utmost respect, revered Titan. I am Lycurgus, though you may call me Lygus, holding an honorary position within the Council of Elders in Akima, and as the Theoros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens to express themselves freely.
I mean, on its surface, that sounds good.
You can see them too?
You know about us.
Okay, so yeah, not
We
everybody can see
perceive the
her.
world through the amplitude and frequency.
I was not sure. But I was like, I
Just
feel like
as
more
I am
people would be
conscious
freaking
that
out if
Lady Aglaia
everyone
is
could see one of the
secretly
Titans.
Listening in on our private meeting from afar. If necessary, Lord Anaxagoras, I can sever the golden thread to protect your fundamental rights.
The demigod should know better, for such is her station. Spare those poor threats, and just let her listen to my words. They shall serve only to unveil her own folly.
May I interpret this as you having a countermeasure?
No, he wants her to listen full on.
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Orynyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends. While I, Anaxagoras, serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
Very well. Surely Lady Kindness would appreciate such assertiveness in an ally. She's been waiting for me. Is there something on your mind, Lord Anaxagoras?
Talk carefully.
Nothing, really. It's just a question that I contemplate every time before I ascend to Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
Ah, a pondering truly deep. Time is on our side. Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
While all living beings must ultimately face their demise, Kefali has yet to meet theirs. Their journey continues unhurriedly along this long path.
Are you suggesting that Kefali may not have truly passed?
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action, whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
In contrast to mortals,
Titans
Dying
exist on
implies
a
you're still alive.
grander scale of space and time, thus elongating their passage into death. The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
Ah, an intriguing concept, albeit challenging to substantiate. After all, Kefali has maintained a profound silence ever since the era Arasa, while scholars and priests alike have conveyed the message of the gods' imminent fall.
Yeah, but imminent for them is very
Perhaps
different
the
to imminent
gods
for
in
you.
their arrogance deemed it beneath them to reveal their perspectives to mortals.
Could you elaborate on your statement?
Circes, the kin of the Skyfather as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain. Were I to inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
Oh.
That very well could be true. But what if the world-bearing Titan still chooses to remain silent?
In that case, the myths crafted by the people of Amphorius are nothing more than pitiful jests.
It's worth a try. I believe, and I'd love to witness the fruits of your theory and the change it
I
will
don't
bring to this
like the
impaired
way
world.
he's like
Because I completely
voiced.
concur with
No,
you
that's
on
not
this
it.
aspect.
I don't trust the
If
way
the
that he is
Titan has
voiced.
indeed
He sounds
been
really
raised,
suspicious.
Any response from them would be impossible.
Oh, hello. Is this not like one of the hands of Kefali?
Please, Professor.
Okay.
The children of humanity have indeed
Are we
created a
on
spectacle.
Kefali now?
Welcome to Dawn Cloud. The atmosphere here carries a greater sense of solemnity than the mundane clamor of the Marmorial Palace.
Okay, so this is still technically part of
Entry
Akama.
permitted only to the invited. Only esteemed beings grace this place.
Ah, this is
And
where
among
the
them,
upper class
I've
goes.
received priests, scholars, warriors, and
Down there is for the poor and
we
plebeians.
even have the honor to be in the presence of a Titan. Oh, what a joyous occasion.
Once deemed a blasphemer, now a surrogate for revered divinity. The honor should rightfully be mine, shouldn't it?
I'll notify Kindness and the others of your arrival. Kindly wait for a moment. A soldier will be here to guide you shortly. In the meanwhile, you're welcome to explore the vicinity, but kindly remain within the guard's view. Delaying the crucial meeting is something none of us wish to see, I presume.
I'm well aware of Kindness's methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
As you wish. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Alas, I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you. But it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
Save your concerns. I know very well what I'm doing.
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then. Now that I look around, I wonder wonder if there are any murals bearing my portrait around here. I'm quite intrigued to see how the children of humanity beyond the Grove perceive another Titan.
Off you go. I won't be joining you.
No, you can't leave the hot lady.
This Titan appears to be quite at ease. I should investigate the Council of Elders' recent activities first.
Yeah, he's not actually on board.
Be aware. I can hear you perfectly well from here.
Is there anything? Nope. Okay, that's the beginning. Kablam! I don't know. I kind of love this big ass like musket gun. Hello. The golden liquid within the holy candle flows to one of these, as if measuring the very passage of time. Oh, can't do anything about it. But I want to cause more chaos. I guess maybe I can't as an Anaxa. Maybe I can come back later and cause chaos. I see a butterfly.
Even blasphemous scholars can come here, it seems.
Looks like my presence here is quite unwelcome.
Buggy. Human, pour your sorrows and troubles out to me. I cannot resolve them, but I'll keep blessing you quietly, always and forever, buds. Thank you, Bucky. I always knew I could trust you. Yeah, come on.
It's just an answer.
Easy.
Nothing too difficult.
I agree, Anaxagoras. Hello, wizened priest.
Anaxagoras, I thought that you had died to the Black Tide, just like the other scholars.
Nah, I'm too cool for that.
As Kefali's priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being.
I think most of them are
Let
pretty
me
respectful of the
remind
gods.
you that
It's
you're
just this
currently
bitch.
in Dawn Cloud, so you'd better keep your deranged language to yourself. I am no longer that altar servant from years ago, who could only acquiesce to the commands of others. Now, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you.
Good luck with that.
I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry right now.
He has no respect for your laws, and you don't have the power to, like, beat him up.
Such as you could have been made by a creation titan. As I see it, a dead titan can't provide you with this level of confidence, right? Then who is it exactly? Could it be kindness?
You. Seeing how fond of you Elder Kindness is, I shall let that slide for now. Leave immediately, and don't impede us from receiving the Supreme Being's blessings.
Seeing as we were able to hear of this matter from the mouths of others, it seems that kindness is indeed quite sincere toward us. Perhaps this affair will proceed smoother than I had anticipated.
Oh my, what a thrilling confrontation. As expected of one of Kefali's followers.
Are you praising or insulting him?
Praising him, of course. As a believer of the God of Deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave.
Yeah, you
Go
don't,
as
you
far
don't
away
control
from
me.
here as possible. Don't
Oh, they
mutter
shoot
to
you.
yourself like some sort of madman and disturb my meditation.
What meditation? You're walking around. How about that, huh? Ho ho ho! Let's see who's come to visit my majestic self again. A warrior from Outlands. Does Buca Leonis lie? Arkhama's citizens shall shake their heads. Does Buca Leonis know all the riddles and answers in Arkhama? Arkhaman citizens nod their heads. By Cersei, allow me to test you with a stumper. We shall see how you grasp on intellectual affairs. This definitely isn't Anaxa. This is for the Trailblazer. Contest, my friends? No, I once roamed through Cascum Kremnos where I held martial honor in high regards and only recognized the outcome of one-on-one duels. Seeking outside help is no sign of wisdom. Yes, it is. It's something that would get you scolded by the teacher, like a piece of chalk being thrown your way. Actually, knowing when you don't know something and seeking outside help is the surest sign of wisdom. Ah, listen closely. It's so well known that Arkhama is home to many delightful creatures, but which one is the most beloved by its citizens? I never turn away from genuine praise. Warrior from Outlands, boldly speak your answer. I like Mem the most. Oh, hold on. I was banning something. Wrong answer! The little pink bunny knows more than I do. Way beyond my knowledge. Such a simple question, and yet you can confound a warrior of wisdom like yourself. The answer's far away, and yet right before your eyes. It's the lion speaking to you now. There are two ways to approach this riddle. First, as a citizen skilled in socializing, one must know the perfect moment to compliment others during conversation. That's the true art of chatting. As for the second reason, well, I have been adorable since childhood. Okay. What is his,
Watch this magic trick.
Whoa! Okay. I guess it's an attack? I'd need enemies to test it.
Professor Anaxa!
Hello, young scribe. Give me a moment, I have to break everything. Puzzle. Oh, hello. What can I give you, Gegregor? Elder, priest, and a wealthy merchant, and also Christ there, trapped in the same ruins. All want to get out alive, so they all give orders to others. The elder says they represent the people, the priest says they represent the titans, the merchant claims to have a lot of balance within the city. Christ there is mighty and strong, so who among the four is most likely to have the final say? In this specific instance, it's gonna be the crisis there, but power resides where men deem it to lie, as Varys says. Sometimes the crisis we should trust the strongest person, right? Sounds reasonable. Definitely not the rich. But being a crisis heir is just a physical trait. What if the person's all brawn and no brains? Because they really lead everyone to safety? What a complicated question. I'll stop bothering you for now. Let my mind burn for a while longer. Okay, I guess that's it for you. Okay, so I need it to end on blue, but be on yellow for me to fall down. Oh. There we go. That was actually... I thought that was going to be a lot harder than it was. Hey. Buggy. No one talk to me to the buggy. Moths are always drawn to light, but diving straight into fire is not wise. Dreams should be pursued step by step. Approach the flame a little more each day, and after 100 days, you won't fear standing in it. Buzz! Woo! His training ends here. The rest will wait for tomorrow, Buzz. Alright. Hello, Scribe.
Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting
all
the
of
Black
them but
Tide.
me.
To find you here safe and sound.
Are you?
Thank the fates.
You could say it's the fates toying with us.
It's only the Krymnoans and Idonians who chase glory through death. But your survival is a victory in itself. I'd settle for that gladly. So, are you here to report the incident to the council? I heard that after the Black Tide devoured the grove, Akuma would be next in line. Even with the demigod of strife standing alongside humankind.
Yeah, Akuma's kind of all that's
Tell me, how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Circe's and Orynyx's fall, they proclaimed in the council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone. Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood and repelled the Black Tide, she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akuma, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents.
Okay.
They might well make their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
I don't know why they're blaming Aglaya.
No surprises there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do. It's power grabbing, but...
Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
Yeah, but not if it leads to your demise in the end.
Shouldn't you be searching for murals of yourself? I've had enough of your prattling.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions, so I came to listen in. But it seems as though this Kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya.
Yeah, and for
If
selfish
so,
reasons.
Why do you want to work with her?
Like, Aglaya's doing it for the greater good.
Perhaps you've decided to readily
Kinda seems to be
surrender
doing
this
it
hollow
for,
shell of
like,
yours,
just for selfish
because
power.
you feel like death is fast approaching.
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you truly think. I've had enough of this. Could the 15th entry hour arrive any faster?
Yo, just kill me already.
Oh, my.
Every plant, every tendril, no, even every leaf could be the embodiment of Circe's.
As a result, mere mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit, to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses. Such exquisiteness indeed.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising or demeaning yourself. Now I'm quite curious whether the Reason Titan has studied figures of speech before.
Of course I find such stylistic devices interesting. For all we know, this could be the answer to the question, what exactly are we?
I, for one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
Was this the reason why you failed in your attempt to refine my soul when you were ambushed at the Grove?
Since you are aware of this, why did you save me back then?
Curious.
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the average person.
How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
Therefore, it seems that your journey to Dawncloud this time
least he
is not
acknowledges
just to
he's a
seek
lunatic.
protection. What, then, is the intention behind your actions?
The entire plan is stored in my memory, so why don't you look there?
Then don't mind if I do. 1 year old? 2 years old? Oh my! Even a member of the preeminent Seven Sages must hug his Dromastal to sleep? How interesting.
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling. This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows, right?
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me. It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
Okay, can we see it?
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
They're probably dead.
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories. It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Yep, sounds like they're dead.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
When I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course. Although I prayed to every titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
This... Could this be the inception of your research into alchemy?
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally also came to learn of Thalesis' theory as well.
Oh, I remember that person. He was the one to come up with the concept of souls, right?
Not only that, he also believed that life, as well as the composition, movement, and transformation of matter, all stem from souls themselves. This is why I thought that, since all living things stemmed from the same origin, why could I not sacrifice myself in order to resurrect my nearest and dearest?
Anaxa, you...
This is why...
Teacher.
I'm wondering if this is why he's got the gem in his hand.
But this is absolute blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre.
Hold on, I want to actually... Ah, can't. Okay.
Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once, to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
Calm down, teacher. My sister, she's still not in the mortal realm, even to this day.
Okay, so he wasn't able to revive them.
What do you mean?
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip by merely sacrificing one.
Ah, okay, that's why he lost his eye.
Equivalent exchange.
Oh my god, it's literally just a Fullmetal Alchemist.
All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
Oh. Let it go, Anaxa. As one of my best students, I cannot watch you go down the wrong path without doing anything to stop it. Never do something taboo ever again.
And then he did, again and again and again.
The deceased, and never harm yourself. If you can do that, this classroom will still be yours, and you'll have a chance to live out your own life.
Since I was able to see her one last time, I have no other desires. You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
I am sincerely glad for you, child. Now then, what topic would you like to study?
I wish to continue Thalesis' research.
Continue.
research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his philosophy like the back of their hands.
But what if there's more?
Even if you can.
I mean, he's proven that he could like do something that could see souls again.
Be futile.
No, teacher. After my fleeting glimpse of the deathly fog, I finally understood a single truth. Since ancient days, our understanding of the souls is but the tip of the iceberg. I may have lost an eye, but my view of the world has become clearer than ever. I have grasped the truth with my bare hands. Watch as I turn this farcical world upside down.
Who would have thought such a secret lay concealed beneath that hefty eye patch of yours? However, this story doesn't seem to be connected to your plan. In fact, I'd say that they aren't related at all.
Well, what if they are, and you just can't see
The
it?
answer lies within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. After all, it'd be a waste for you to hold on to it. My story ends here. Now it's time for you to tell me your secret. After all, this is what equivalent exchange means, correct?
As expected, you laid a trap for me to step into. Unfortunately, even if I was willing to talk about my past, I may not know more about it than you do.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned Reason Titan is now admitting a lack of wisdom? Your followers are going to be sorely disappointed by this.
Child of humanity, remember this. Being cognizant of one's ignorance is the greatest wisdom of all.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to answer your random, nonsensical questions.
Not only that, you're the only one who can shed light on my query. As the saying goes, onlookers see most clearly.
Is that so?
Lord Anaxa.
Hello. Ignore me, I'm just talking to myself.
You muttering to yourself and was wondering whether you were caught in a delirium of reflective thought. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but time is of the essence. I have a message from Lord Aegis. Lady Kindness has met up with the Council of Elders and is awaiting your arrival, so please depart forthwith.
I'll think about it.
It's finally time.
We're going to kill the council for daring to go against or
created the world,
cause the Black Tide to continue forward or something.
If you truly have not met your end, how will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
I do really wonder if it is like he's looking for revenge,
I
because
didn't
like
expect you to agree to Lady Kindness's invitation.
Kindness
What a
is
wonderful
kind
turn
of
events.
letting the
To
Black
tell you
Tide
the
go
truth,
forward.
There are many people who hold grudges against that Lady Goldweaver.
Isn't that the Dromas draped in finery?
No, that's you. Oh,
Avoid
never
his
mind.
gaze.
Yes, they're talking
I don't
about him.
acquaint
I thought
myself
he
with
was saying that.
blasphemers.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride to pay us any attention.
I mean,
Your
it's not worth
name
it.
is Dromas as well? You must really like those creatures.
Here the world-bearing Sky Father spilled their golden blood into the mortal lake. The golden blood flows down with spring waters as dawn arises within the mists. No words ever break the solemn silence, and the volcano's heart beats no more. Oh, hello.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
Follow me, sailor! How many waves have we braved? How many reefs have we crossed? Surely you remember those nights we kept watch on the mast, the pure moonlight spilling over the sails, the ship rocking gently as it glided across the dark sea. In those moments, I even dreamed of becoming a hero. Did you feel the same? Yes, yes. And now we are finally setting sail again. Are you ready, sailors? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you. I was gonna do this bit, but it's baked in. Aye, aye, Captain. Bye. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
A student of Empedocles? I hear that his views run counter to the Venerationists.
This is what being a scholar is about. A collision of ideas only occurs when there are differences in beliefs, and it is such collisions that lead to progress.
Yet, in my view, there are only right and wrong perspectives, neither of which can coexist with the other.
I mean,
what
that's sometimes true,
I
but not
guess
always.
This is why the children of humanity always squabble with each other.
Lord Aegis and Lady Kindness are just ahead. I'll
That's
take
cool.
my leave for now.
Like, there are definitely ideas that can't coexist with each other, but there are also plenty of ideas that can. And something like doesn't have to be wrong. How would I explain? Nope. Damn, how do I articulate what I'm trying to say? There are concepts beyond pure right and pure wrong. No. No. Huh. I feel like I need it to be... I feel like I need it to drop down in some way. So 1, 2, 3. No, but because that wouldn't... There. I just have to be on the button. No, that would kill me. I need it to alternate but be on the button in the end. So I need to desync it from me, but I can't do that in a way that ends with it on the button. I need one more here. Okay, so it can't go that way. Wait, that might have actually been it. No, that still syncs it up. But I can do that here. Maybe. No. Yeah, okay, so I need to do that. Now being on the ladder wouldn't work. I will come back to this one off stream because I can't figure it out right now. But there's a chesto over here. Huzzah!
Go melt it down.
Melt down these nuts. Ah, it's bugging me. It's bugging me that I can't figure it out.
Welcome to the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
Lord Anaxa. Oh, I've heard so much
I
about
forgot
you.
this is not what I remembered her looking like.
Head of the Nusporists of the Grove of Epiphany, notorious blasphemer, a Chrysos heir who bears Circe's core flame, a survivor of the Grove calamity.
Yeah, enough with
Did I miss anything?
Enough with the platitudes.
If so, please be so kind as to enlighten me.
Since Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again. But then again, perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed. And yet, ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts.
No, everybody's been a bit
Instead,
to us, actually.
I met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows. Perhaps you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand feast for all of the guests.
Everyone, stand down.
Thank you for understanding. I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood.
What?
No need to be humble, my lord. From my perspective, your courage and gumption are worthy of the reputation of the Seven Sages. Your bravery is more than adequate to accomplish our perilous endeavor.
So, you wish to start a war?
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind.
They're not calling for war with
Conflict is
you.
Inevitable. Since Aglaya endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with
God, she
blood
sucks.
of gold, we will not hesitate to display the rights and mettle the citizens of Akama are so entitled to. As to your question of whether peace is still a viable option, well, to that I can only say this. Everything hinges on the next citizens' assembly and whether they have a sudden epiphany amid the clamor of the masses. And since you, as a Chrysos heir accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer of hope.
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your cleaners.
I don't deny it. After all, they're responsible for cleaning up any threats, and just a moment ago, you were on the side of the Chrysos heirs. But now that you're an ally of ours, we can continue talking somewhere else. As you know, these walls have ears. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss a treatise about the Venerationists with your teacher, Empedocles. Yet, it seems you subscribe to the Nusporists instead, Lord Anaxa. I've heard that this school of thought is one with many detractors.
It's normal for ideas to have supporters.
I'm just gonna wait for the
just like how there are two types of people in this world: geniuses and dimwits.
And who is who, my boy?
Welcome back to the hub of the Demigod Council, Lord Anaxagoras. Surely you remember that countless eloquent orators have stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions. This tiny stage is the most profound embodiment of Akama in centuries. In 15 days, this site shall also become the most important, as well as the final turning point in Akama's history. May the both of us carry out our duties with honor and lead the masses back toward the Erechrysia, a golden age with no death, strife, or trickery.
I mean, maybe we should deal with the Black Tide first?
15 days and nights. That aligns perfectly with the date of your demise. Could such a coincidence truly exist?
They're trying to...
They're
trying to make it so that everybody's immortal.
Fits my intentions perfectly.
That's why they don't like
Strong
Aglaya.
Conviction you have, as expected of the hero who dared to stand up to the Gold Weaver.
As expected, she...
I just want to reread it so I make sure I understand. Yeah, okay. There's no way. Like... I can only imagine... Well, I mean, this patch has a lot to do with death. And probably we're gonna have Castris, fully materialize as a demigod, but I don't know. I feel like the only way for this to happen involves like the Black Tide consuming everything. I feel like they're actually like a doomsday cult.
She misunderstands you.
That's why they
Lady Kindness.
oppose Aglaya.
Dispense with the niceties.
Also, they're jealous of her and being immortal.
I only accepted your invitation so that I can serve the commoners alongside the members of the Council of Elders. Don't test my patience with such superfluous formalities.
Well, you say that now, but surely you also require my aid as well, so that you can stay alive even when being pursued by the Golden Thread?
You worry too much. She won't show her hand too freely, as she still needs to garner support from the masses at the Citizens' Assembly.
Even someone like me can tell that only a sliver of her humanity remains. Surely you're not asserting that she will definitely act in a rational manner.
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaya covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible. Naturally, this includes the guards as well. You're well aware how valuable Cersei's core flame will be in the era Chrysia that you are desperately pursuing. Talk is cheap, so you'd better act prudently as well.
I understand. After all, this battle of wits is just a means for each party to acquire what they need. As long as your request is reasonable, the Council of Elders never shortchanges
I don't know
its
if
allies.
we'll ever describe him
Since
as
we're
reasonable.
both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other. Let us decide how much we can secure for ourselves and how much we're willing to sacrifice, like true philosophers, with our words and wisdom.
Let's begin then.
Continuing from the earlier topic, let us discuss our common enemy, Aglaia. She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of
He definitely
Akama,
hasn't.
who has gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of time and the ablation of the core flame.
He's just willing to do what it
formidable
takes to
opponent indeed.
keep everybody safe.
Admittedly, there is ample reason for her to take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seasoned political animal, it's unclear whether she will actually cross that irreversible boundary. Moreover, she still needs you alive so that the Titan's trial can be completed. Is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman before coming here?
They're in the divorce
Are you
arc.
just trying to pull the wool
Although also,
over
yeah,
our
I do
eyes
think he is
and
secretly
aid
actually on
in
her side.
savagery?
He's prepared to execute me. Needs vassals to know. She's willing to execute me.
I believe you're aware of Castorus the Executioner. Long before I returned to Akama, Aglaia had already dispatched her to monitor me. If I weren't able to reach this place in time, I would have been forced to meet Thanatos first. As compared to a comprehensive plan with uncertain results, if you decide to cut open my chest and remove the core flame, wouldn't that settle her nerves even more? Everything is in place. She just needs the right timing.
I understand what you mean. At the very least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to achieving peace in Akama.
Yeah, that
The Council
describes
of Elders
Aglaia.
is willing to defend your right to live, just as we defend every oppressed citizen. However, I regret to say that sentiments in favor of the Chrysos heirs and Aglaia are only growing in magnitude. The peace that we are aspiring toward, as well as everything that we hold dear, will be destroyed completely. The city will be burned to ashes, and the citizens' blood will be shed. Tell me, what are you willing to do for our esteemed citizens so that they can vanquish the enemies of our fine city?
Guarding the support is equivalent to the support of the entire grove. I will be the one to shatter Aglaia's self-righteousness. That sounds like something he'd say.
Aglaia's authoritarianism, conceit, and arrogance have granted her unfettered control for the most part. Yet these traits are also her greatest weakness. If I can render her helpless by forcing her to experience the agonizing pain of betrayal, I am certain she will never recover from such a setback.
Surely you don't believe that such a tiny betrayal will be enough
Definitely
to
not
push
from
her
you.
to her wit's end.
What's more, there are many who remain silent, merely watching to see how much chaos I can unleash. Not to mention, you know full well that the Chrysos heirs have never been a united front.
In the name of Kefali, Akama thanks you for your sincere and valuable thoughts. At this stage, it's clear that you and I understand the benefits to be won from this discussion. Let me put it plainly. The Council of Elders has always been
Sure it
renowned for
has.
its fairness, and that fairness is built on a foundation of sincerity.
Sure it is.
The Council of Elders has vowed to all citizens of Akaba that it will always remain loyal to them. As for you, my lord, how will you guarantee that you will be able to live up to such earnestness and will not betray Akama's indomitable citizens when the opportunity presents itself? Just as you now betray Aglaya when it suits you.
Well, I hate Aglaya. How absurd! My loyalty is unquestionable.
Surely you jest. My loyalty does not need to be proven. The fact that the Council of Elders is asking for proof of my loyalty is itself akin to a form of betrayal.
I
Funny
am
words.
incredibly honored to have witnessed the both of you bury the hatchet in a civilized manner.
I don't know what that
I am
means.
afraid that I must interrupt for a brief moment. As the Theoros, I have observed the following. Lady Aglaya, the Goldweaver, is currently on her way to Dawncloud.
Oh. Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness? Despite the Council of Elders' lofty residence on Dawncloud, it must still tolerate the whims of the Chrysos heirs.
So you were holding back just now. Seems like you are better at playing this game than I. In any case, I'm glad that she's arriving here. So tell me, Anaxagoras.
You can do as she said.
So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine, if Aglaya were to demand that I hand you over, what should I do?
Says, tell her that the Council of Elders merely wished to chat with me and had no intention of offending her. However, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. Not only can it be destroyed at the slightest touch, but the Council will also lose possession of a valuable core flame. No, more like 2 core flames. After all, at the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death will also be standing on our side.
Oh? How can you be sure of that?
Oops. Yeah, how are you gonna convince Rice?
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat.
I feel like he and
Aglaya
Aki
sees
just
me in
have
full view
something
of the masses today.
going on
She
already.
could also dismiss the entire Council of Elders in one fell swoop tomorrow. If that happens, the discussion that we've just had will turn into an utter joke instead. Is this the outcome that you wish to see, Lady Kindness?
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately. But you do best to remember this. Fool the people and karma will be on your tail. I'll overlook it this time, but don't count on there being a next time. Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
Masochism, go!
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of my rare talents.
Oh, he is a masochist.
We shall see then.
Ah, I've got to say that you've managed to really impress me again. But shouldn't you be going after more?
Dying to know what I'm after, hmm?
I mean, I'm the reason Titan after all. It is in me to ask and seek answers.
Easy there. You'll learn the answer soon enough. I didn't bring it up with her purely because she doesn't have the means to give me what I truly want. It's as they say, onlookers see most clearly. The true masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros, who watches over everything.
An expected visitor. Welcome once again.
So he was never here to talk to
You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali. I have no reason to refuse you, do I?
You may not, but Kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core flame will get to rule over Akama. She's wary of me.
Let's go, King Finan.
I had to gain her trust. I would say that debate was not at all.
Sorry, I'm pressing buttons. I'm cleaning my controller during these.
Very true.
In my view, this individual has gone to great lengths to get close to Kefali. He might very well be plotting something nefarious against the Titan. Are you still willing to let him pass, knowing this?
Yes, very much so. All living creations are always free to visit Kefali's transcendent vessel. This comes with being the World-Bearer.
I still don't trust this guy.
It is to be able to hear what they say.
It is truly my honor to speak to a venerated Titan in person. Please, go ahead. Let me join you both on this journey. Oh, a bygone myth tells of an occasion where Kefali once answered their followers' questions on the peak of the Holy Mountain. Their followers have since believed that scaling this Titan cliff is one way of being with the god.
Hear that? It's not every day that you get to climb a mountain with Circes. You should sing me a hymn of praise.
Yeah, like Orpheus.
Titan hymns are beyond me.
Go on ahead. Take this Yanis shortcut, and the long pilgrimage stairway will be waiting for you at its end.
Oi.
I have to admit, I never expected you to not ask me anything. Not even my motive.
Because I know very well what it is you are after. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. I have a feeling that your theory will be validated at the end of this journey. I believe Kefali will not deprive you of your right to ask your question, especially now that you're on the brink of death. You must be closer to Kefali than anyone else.
Well, I'm also
Wouldn't
dying
you
in 15
agree?
days.
I hope things go as you say, then.
Putting a child of justice into a farcical world is bound to turn it upside down. It is my hope that you bring a much-needed change to this world which is on the brink of destruction.
Yank.
Honestly, this is my first time going up to Dawncloud's peak.
What a splendid view. Isn't it about time you recognize the magnificence of us Titans?
Well, I don't see how this place is different from those temples in the city. All they have are magnificent facades. And even though I've come this far, I'm still doubtful about getting useful clues from him.
I must be getting ahead of myself to be expecting to hear something nice from you.
Oh? Haven't you been in my head for some time now? It's high time you get used to how I feel about things. Alright, we're just a short hike away from Kefali. No time to waste here.
So the intellectual debate from earlier was too draining for you, huh? If Amphorius gets a new lease on life, you should focus on strengthening your body and stop shirking social interactions.
Save your concern.
The Titan is in sight. Can you make it?
Why? Are you going to carry me up if I were to fall now? I know how far I can go, so just hold your tongue and come along.
Fine then. I guess I won't say any more. I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely to gain control over your body.
Wait. Is that... Cersei's?
That's a remembrance vessel, then that would imply that Cersei has been here before.
Look at that.
But I thought she said that she hasn't.
What should I be looking at?
Are we seeing the future?
Or do we even get to see souls when we're close to dying?
Oh? Why
Oh,
didn't you
that's
bring your favorite spear
Nikador.
with you on this trip, Nias?
Nias. I know. Oh, I've heard this name somewhere.
Yeah, it's one of the.
It's
the
unfortunate.
like persona of
The Black Tide
Nikador.
destroyed every last inch of my calyx.
How could that be? Even a creation of Georios, from their prized ores and molten fire, couldn't escape the fate of destruction?
Unless these were
Cersei's.
actual
Do you
people
know
that they
a
took the
certain
forms of?
Nias?
Nias? No, not that I remember. How did you
But
even
she's
think
definitely
up
lying.
such a strange name?
I just saw him. Nias. A warrior-like figure who was just chatting with you here.
No, I have no such memory. Could you be hallucinating?
She sounds too nervous to be actually denying it. 'Cause I don't think she's worried about him.
Is departed spirit?
It was a pilgrimage platform dedicated to devout believers, but you and Anaxagoras never kneel to false gods. Okay, so that'll be a thing to come back and do. Oh, well, you're not alive. Traveler from afar, Buzz! 100 challengers have already failed my trial. Will you be the 101st? It's running. Oh, it's not running very far though. For the honor of being a weaver, Buzz, take a guess. Behind which tree am I hiding? The one on the left. Wrong, Buzz. Don't be discouraged. Only a rare few can see through my moves, Buzz. Blam. Yeah, Anaxa's seeing ghosts.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, 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 hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, up, up.
You two again.
Hold on. Time for the funny hand. Alright, let's see. Well, I see a bug over there. Oh, and a coin! Wait, you found me! Or a comma fly. Something about the mural feels off. The many-eyed blind figure seems to be missing a few feathers, Tweet. Why could that be? Is it a revelation granted me by my master, or a connection beyond time and space, Tweet? Where, oh where are the other coins? Hello, Mr. Eyeball. Oh, there's the coin. I just wanted to come see whatever the fuck this is. I guess, this might be depicting Orynyx? Because Orynyx was kind of just a giant eyeball. But I guess we didn't actually see it, but that's what its silhouette looked like. There's one. How many are there? 5. 2 more. How far can I go? Oh, there's another one of the depictions of Circe's. Oh, okay, so that's as far as I can go that way. This is as far as I can go that way and up. Oh, should I use Elemental Sight from Genshin? Oh, there's one. Oh, another buggy. Nothing is impossible if you keep trying. One day I'll climb to the top of the cliff and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sun Bearer, Buzz. Wait, how can you fly? That's unfair, Buzz. Oh, I can fly too. Never mind then, Buzz. Tut, tut, tut. Where, oh where, could this last coin be? Not over here. I can't go down enough to go under there. Why is this here other than just to find coins here, though? This is kind of weird. There's no enemies around, and there's not even any, like, puzzle blocks. There's nothing for me to punch. I genuinely do not see this final coin. Never mind. I guess it was just here for the coins. But I don't think I need to bridge anything either.
You two again.
Oh.
Enough about me. Did Kaos ever reply to you?
Well, regrettably.
Seems like the price of becoming a demigod is a lot heftier than we thought.
So I think these are the original mortal forms of the Titans as we know it. and they were given their core flames originally, or their forms or whatever, by the 3 Aeons. That's what this feels like to me.
Chaos. Demigod. I've never heard of this person. Which Titan's authority did he inherit?
Look on the bright side, Nias.
Chaos seems like chaos, so that might be Zagreus.
I doubt he'd snub his old friends, would he?
Let's just hope we mean as much as the world to him.
Hey! Are you seeing that same hallucination again?
Yes. It's still you and Nias, but you're now talking about a certain Chaos. I'm guessing he's one of your companions?
Chaos? This name sounds just as strange to me.
Sure it does.
I think I know what this is about. If things are as I thought, then they aren't hallucinations, but the souls of people.
What? But if those are the souls of the dead, then what am I?
What remains? The memory?
Beats me. For all I know,
They
they're
could
just
all
an
be
illusion I conjure
memo
up in my
keepers.
dying moments. Let's just keep going.
If all
As
of
long as I
the
take
gods
in
are
more
actually
sights,
like fragments
hear more
of remembrance,
Know your
that would make
limits.
the connection to
Wander
fully
too
make
far
more
among
sense.
The dead, and even I might not be able to save you.
Knowledge and remembrance. Or erudition,
If
but
this is indeed as I thought, then this will be very amusing.
Idrilla wouldn't fit with that theme though, but Terminus would. What the fuck? Oh, this is actually okay. This is easier than I thought. No, I need to be on the other side. Oh! I did it by accident. I didn't need to end on it. I was trying to end on the blue.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
Why do you hate treasures, Mr. Anaxa man?
Can you keep going?
Of course. I'm just... If I knew we had to climb a mountain, I wouldn't have come along with you.
I assume her name is Calypso.
I guess this also counts as one aspect of the world-bearing burden. If Amphorius does have a next life, you may want to get your body in shape.
Keep your sarcasm to yourself.
They're on a cycle of death and destruction and rebirth.
Value from them.
So the okay. So
Would sooner throw myself off this cliff and hit rock bottom.
these are who would become the gods in this new cycle.
I am Calypso of the eminent
In
Seven
this new
Sages, after
samsara.
all. Training would make me no different from those Helcalithist barbarians.
Calypso. She's one of the 7 sages. A member of the Grove? No, she can't be. I would know her name if she really were one of the 7 sages.
Did you not know that
Hey,
Cersei's went by Calypso?
Does the name Calypso ring a bell?
Ooh.
Cersei's?
Buggy!
Gone. doesn't matter. I can do this myself.
It's said that tying a wind chime while making a wish here allows the Sunbearer to hear our desires. My wish is simple, Buzz. I hope for sunshine tomorrow to dry my dew-soaked wings.
Oh, beautiful old world. Where are you now?
Where are you?
Oh, legendary era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm. Splendid gods once walked the paths we walk. Alas, all that's left of that warmth is a hazy mirage.
Devoted emissaries, heretical scholars, the lost wanderer and the desperate outlaw. At the edge of divinity we look up in awe. In a fleeting moment of terror, the long road behind fades from memory. I don't know what that means, but sounds cool.
Not too shabby. Useful for alchemy.
Alchemy's not... I don't see how that's useful for alchemy at all.
We're here. Finally. So, I don't get to ask the Titan my question, but all of you make for a pleasant surprise, nonetheless. Very well then. Let me uncover the truth for myself. Did I still fail to make it in time? Huh? So, I'm back here again. This is... I can hear it. I hear it from the depths of the tides, behind the closed doors of the void world. A voice ready to tell me something. This time, the voice is a lot clearer than before.
Since we've come this far, let's just
I
wait.
love the art style of this.
Lord
That's
Ias and
just
Miss
Casterus.
Are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Yes, and we've been waiting for quite some time now.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst-case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
So we have the flame chase journey, they had the world-bearing
You're
burden.
overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos' soul in the area. And besides, we both know Chaos' nature. A deliverer like him wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear. Isn't that so?
I wonder then, because, okay, so it's some of the theories I've been seeing that I kind of agree with is that the Flame Reaver is Finan from a previous loop, from a previous Samsara, which I wasn't even thinking of when I saw this stuff. That would make sense with all this if these are now people from a previous loop that became gods in the foundational gods in the current loop. And Finan is tired of seeing it, or the Flame Reaver, potentially Finan, like, knows that the loops are happening, knows that it's, like, fighting it in the way they are is futile, so they're trying to change things. But, would this mean that just Casterus just is Thanatos? I mean, because she's definitely the princess from the story, right, that merged with the dragon.
Yes. I have faith in him.
That reminds me. Why are you making this trip alone, Polixia?
Castor and Pollux! Castor is Polixia. Yeah, this is definitely her. Or, like, she's a direct descendant of this.
Oh, my sister needs more time.
Sister, you say?
Are fine.
Okay. Castor and Pollux are siblings.
Such a pity. Both
So
of
maybe
you have hearts
sister.
kinder than anyone else. Yet you were born only to take over Thanatos' divinity.
Okay. The story is wrong. It's not... Maybe not wrong, but I'm wondering if one of them turned into the dragon for whatever reason. We know also that Castris is talking about her other half, it being a twin sister that turned into the dragon would make sense with that. And if they were twins and looked exactly the same, the story would still make sense where one of, like, the princess turned into the dragon because one did, one didn't. Maybe.
Everything that I see and hear this time has left me shaken to the core. What may seem like a mundane conversation is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange.
If I remember right,
the ultimate answer to Cersei's question.
I think Castor was mortal and Pollux was a
and must now
demigod?
be solidified into a theorem. Next, I only need to seek verification from Kefali. By doing so,
what would that
I
mean
can
here,
answer
though, if that's
Cersei's
carrying
question
over?
and reclaim my body. But no, I will not do that. That isn't important. Because another one of my conjectures, one that I have always dreamed of proving, has been proved right this very instant. Fusing a mortal soul with that of a Titan to replace said Titan.
Right, and that's what we're doing now in the
It's not a
Flame Chase
ludicrous
tournament.
idea, after all.
But does the Titan take over, or does the human remain?
What are you thinking about?
Just amazed at how this towering tree is Cersei's divine body. It's a majestic sight.
Is that so? You don't look the slightest bit amazed.
I love
though.
her. She's so cute. I'm gonna have to
You
skip
seem
her.
to
and
be
I'm gonna
strangely
cry.
familiar with the city around the great tree.
It's kind of actually very similar to his home. Merely something from the past that I won't go into.
Events of the past, huh? I was also a child when I looked up at Cersei's. Their leaves and branches reflected the sparkling stars, and their trunk was like a pillar that supported the sky and ground. I stood at this very spot back then, imagining the day when I could climb to the top of this tree, because I would be the closest I can be to the sky at that spot.
You're a sky priest, yet you study a place that is home to the Reason Titan. That is rather counterintuitive.
Don't read too much into it. I mean, can mortals even hope to reach Aquila's realm? They're a strict and draconian god. Nothing like Cersei's. Reason is willing to share what is theirs with others, but Sky only expects people to revere them.
Very Zeus core.
You get what I'm saying, right, Denny? After all, the Titan that imprisoned you and Grey here in Amphorius is none other than Aquila themselves.
I didn't count on provoking the ire of a local god.
But there will always be people who dream of soaring towards the sky. The Grove has a wealth of research on Aquila, and that is exactly what we are here for.
Castor was immortal, Pollux was the immortal. When Castor dies, Pollux shared his immortality with him, and they either took turns staying in the underworld, or got turned... Yeah, I knew they were the basis for Gemini.
It's just... I never thought Gray
Took
would
turns staying in
like
the
that
underworld.
before we set off. As a physician,
Yeah,
I
well,
should have been there by his side.
there's tons of versions of a bunch of Greek myths, even like ones that have like definitive versions, quote unquote, like the Odyssey. There's still versions before, versions after. Things get added, things get lost. The original version of Medusa she's just a monster. It's not till the Roman era that you get the tragic backstory of her. But I took turns staying in the underworld is interesting. It's also, I have to think how much of the inspiration are they going to take, and how much are they like just using it as a basis and then doing their own thing. I love when I know the inspirations for things, because it lets me like really think on stuff and pick up on little clues. Like, I didn't even think of Casterus as Castor, but as soon as a version of her shows up with the name Pollux, oh, there go the neurons firing. Bad luck tends to come in streaks, so don't beat yourself up over it. Besides, Aglaia needs you here to uncover the truth behind what happened to the Grove. Let's just make the most of this trip, and keep a lookout for any documents related to the Death Titan. They could be useful to Sausius. Either they take turns being in Hades and Olympus, or together they spend half the time both places, something like that.
Yeah, there's no rest for the weary, huh?
I hope
In
we
any
get
case,
actual information
what we're
on
looking
the
for could be
dragon.
anywhere in this
I hope we
enormous
get...
world.
I mean, they have to,
Let's
right?
split
The
up to
dragon's
cover
in
more
her
ground.
kit.
Danny, with
It
your
has to
skills,
show up
I'm
in this
sure those
patch.
monsters born of the Black Tide will pose no threat to you anyway.
Ugh! This game's so good. What about you? Will you... Hold on, Castros. Or, Hyacine. What about you? Will you be alright on your own?
Have you forgotten that you're talking to the chief physician of the Twilight Courtyard? Have more faith in me. I'll be just fine.
I'm so curious as to what her kit is gonna be. Because I really do feel like she's obviously a healer. There's and we have a set that, like, does more healing based on speed. I'm so curious what she's gonna do. And, like, if she's just gonna be I wonder if she'll if she'll scale off of speed like how Aglaia does. The second city Akuma mentioned a word to do with a form of Greek religion. When you, yeah, they talked about Styxia. Unless you mean Akuma itself, because is Akuma a Greek thing? Because I actually don't know that. But Styxia is obviously the river Styx, the main underworld river. We actually just on Monday did the ZZZ update where all that came in too. It's interesting also that they would have all of Trigger's characters be related to the underworld rivers and then go right into this story. I've been thinking about that. I don't think they're connected at all. I think it is actually just coincidence, but it's really interesting the timing of the two. Silence here is deafening. With the vast amount of knowledge it holds, the Academy is akin to a labyrinth of information. Even the cleverest of scholars would easily lose their way in here. I should gather my thoughts before heading in. How to leave Amphorius? In the mist, Ocula, the titan who reigns over the domain of the skies, is a colossal bird that overlooks the world beneath them with 100 eyes. Alright, the eye part isn't Zeus, but the bird part is. As long as they continue to soar above the clouds, the people of Amphorius will remain trapped on the ground. Hyacine's forebears were priests who worshipped Ocula. Nobody is more familiar with the taboos of the Sky Titan than her. Seeing how Aglaia has sent her here as a guide, It's possible that she plans to have Hyacine take on a trial in the future. Amphorius' Titan mythology. In Amphorius, Titans are a common topic of discussion. People create myths that, in turn, conceive Titans. It's a tricky tack to keep an objective view when among the people of Amphorius. The Orphic believe that they're in a cycle of reincarnation and just always forgotten the Lethe only by going to drink in the pool. Yes, this I know. This comes up in well, I know this because of Percy Jackson, where all of that comes up. Because yeah, you lose your memories, and when you reach Elysium, you can get the memories back and then shed them once again to reincarnate. And if you reach Elysium 3 times, I believe, you can go to the Isle of Paradise, where you like live eternal bliss. Meanwhile, you know, obviously, we got Elysia connections, we got IDs Elysiae. I need to see Cyrene. I need Elysia back. There are ways to step out of the situation, look at it from a different perspective. I'm also so scared about the about the potential dearth of corruption being involved. Titans and Aeons. I've forgotten all the things I've looked up based on random words in Amphorius. It's a big soup of Gnosticism. Yeah. Well, it's very based in Greek mythology versus the Gnosticism that the Aeons have been based on so far. But also, Hoyo is never fully based on one thing. They always pull bits and pieces from all over and then make it their own thing. But that's what I mean by, like, how much I have to think, like, how much of the original myth and stories are going to be part of this, and how much of that is just the inspiration and basis. Titans and Aeons are 2 distinct classes of beings. Titans can communicate with us humans, and it is not impossible for us to overpower them. Upon their demise, we can even take over their divinity. In that regard, Titans can be said to be a lot more similar to humans than Aeons are. Yeah, but all of the, not all of them, but there are very clear, distinct parallels to almost every Titan has a direct parallel to an Aeon. Akama is the vehicle of the soul in Neoplatonism. Interesting. Okay. Vehicle for the soul would make sense in that it's the final, like, it is the final stronghold that potentially is where the cycle ends and begins anew. For whatever the samsara is going on are. The Chrysozeas and the demigods. Chrysozeas humans who possess heroic qualities, with most of them demonstrating extraordinary combat prowess and strength. Upon clearing a core-framed trial, Chrysosea can even ascend to a demigod and inherit a Titan's divinity. Wait, something about that feels off. Is this a selection process of some sort? Guided by the prophecy, the heroes are on a quest to reclaim core flames and usher in the era nova. Their efforts have seen gratifying results to date. As I expected, the prophecy is the hardest to make sense of. But with barely any information to go on, no matter how much I ruminate on it, it won't yield any results. I should leave this for another time. The boss material for Phantilia is spelled differently, but it's Regret of Infinite Akama. Ooh! That's interesting. Hoyo does love to reuse ideas. It's actually, I've talked about this with another HI3 friend. It's really, one of the really interesting things about playing both Star Rail and HI3 is seeing how a lot of Star Rail stories are, like, taking a core concept of something from HI3 and like pulling a thread of it to a completely extreme conclusion. All of the Belobog people are all of the Belobog XPs are the characters from HI3 that were caught in the second eruption, or were affected by the second eruption in Siberia, and thus we go to the Eternal Winter, where, you know, they're trapped in a cataclysmic snow event, which is very similar to what was happening to a bunch of them, or what connected all of them in HI3's second eruption. All of the Luofu stuff is based around Fu Hua, because we have Marshal Hua. Fu Hua being an immortal that has gone through her life having to watch as people die around her, and she deals with memory issues due to her immortality. And that is, the Luofu is now, what if that was a society rather than one person? What are the effects of that? And that's where you get the Mara strickning from. Penacony is kind of related to the Hersher of Dominance, although I don't see the direct parallels. And then this is very directly going off of the attempts of the Flame Chasers in the Elysian Realm arc of trying to fight the Hershers and ending up losing, but ushering in a new era through their projects, which goes into the cycles of rebirth that they're going with, where, you know, the Flame Chasers in HI3 brought about the new era in the current era of HI3. This, though, has been like a logical a loop of, it's been happening over and over again, where the world ends up being destroyed and then being recreated by the efforts of the Flame Chase journey. My suspicion is the Path of the Trailblazers is the third path that keeps the world running. I had that as a thought before. I now, because of things that have been said, and have happened, I believe it's either the finality or the beauty. I don't know what the beauty would have to do with things right now. Like, thematically, I'm leaning more towards the finality, especially since, like, we talked to the Stellaron Hunters, and we know Elio is a follower of Terminus. But specifically, there was a point when we were talking to Orynyx where, you know, the Skyfather is fully. We got confirmation of that. And then they were calling for their mother. Noose is a completely gender-neutral robot being, so I don't think that would be mother. We don't know Terminus's actual true form, so that could be a female presenting Eon. But I don't know, there's something about Idrilla and Nestia having the direct parallel to her, and then mentioning that they can't hear their mother anymore, implying they're one of the dead Eons. That makes me really, I can't let go of Idrilla yet. But it being Akavili also wouldn't be that weird. I'm excited for the big reveal of it whenever it happens. And then there's a little part of me that wants it to be the Veracity. The Adrilla planet is next door? I feel like it also... Adrilla wouldn't be weird in that, you know, we've had a fair amount of build-up to Adrilla with, Argenti, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pull on that thread here, but I am leaning more towards Terminus right now. But yeah, Terminus, Adrilla, and then I still can't discount Akavili. Those are my three suspicions. My plight. Nobody could have ever imagined that Saus's life would be forfeited the moment we landed on Amphorius. It's a good thing our Stellaron didn't just explode. I should have done more to keep him safe, but it's not too late. We still have a fighting chance. The unique rules that govern life and death on M4S might just work in our favor and save him. The Grove is a veritable... Okay, yeah, this is, Alright, moving on. The clock is ticking. I should search for clues as I move. I love Hoyo games. They give me so much, like... so much to bite into and think about. It also helps that the writer of Amphorius is the writer of Thus Spoke Apocalypse, which is my favorite arc of HI3 so far. Which just has so much, like, thought and heart in it. I was thinking, why am I going so slow? And then I realized before I'd hit one of the pigs. Black monsters are twisted in form, and their life is turned to ash together with the souls. It is impossible to figure out their form when they were still alive. These are the remains of the Black Tide monsters. It looks different from the Titankin form up close. What's that underneath it? A scroll. A record debate between venerationist and nuasporist scholars. Most of it is illegible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. We all recall the state that dared touch the sky, but what were they really? Just blind masses manipulated by ambitious politicians who dared challenge the Titan's authority? A completely meaningless attempt, an absolute mistake. You venerationists have bowed to the Titans for so long you've forgotten a scholar's true purpose. Making a mistake does not mean the act is meaningless. Even those students new to the Grove understand this from the basic logic lessons. An entire city-state reduced to ashes proved the skyship's construction was a mistake. To me, that's precisely the meaning they achieved through sacrifice. Am I hearing right? Such a statement. Are you converting to venerationism? No, I'm simply examining the matter from another perspective. Legible content ends here. Trailblaze has perpetual motion in a big loop going for it as an argument, like a duality with finality, just going forward. I think March could be fallen to drill. I don't think March is a drill. March is almost certainly connected to Fully in some way. That would be interesting, though, if she is a Drilla fallen back to a human form. But there's too many connections with her. Even before this, there were too many, like, connections with her and Fully. And it's definitely not a coincidence that she starts getting back in, freezing back into 6-phase ice in the, Remembrance planet. There's also, I'm always also pulling at, the HI3 strings with the flame chase. And the finality is such a big deal in that I think that's also a piece why I'm leaning towards finality. The Rosy Celestial Maiden, though. If Rosy Celestial Maiden is foreshadowing that March is somehow a Drilla, that would be crazy. As I expected, the Grove doesn't forbid discussion about the sky. It's a debate between two scholars about the sky ships. Nikolai also made mention of the ships when she interrogated us, a memory I'd rather forget. I'll hold on to this for now. With any luck, this journey won't leave us empty-handed. I miss Auto Apocalypse. What exactly is the erudition path functioning to do here? So erudition is all about knowledge and the like preservation of knowledge. If Fully is like a memory, if you put a memory and if you put the memory of a person and that person's knowledge together, they are indistinguishable from the actual person. This is like pulling straight from 13 Sentinels. Where like if you have a backup of their memories and a complete like understanding of their personality, the like all of their knowledge, you put them together and they might as well be the same thing. There is no functional difference. I could very much see, like, that being the thing here, where the soul, the memory, and the knowledge are being smushed together to keep the cycle going. Yes, yeah. Knowledge, curiosity, and thought. That's what I mean by, like, it's the whole, like, personality of something. Because knowledge, curiosity, and thought are what make someone's personality. It is the driving force between what makes someone who they are. And that's why I've been thinking of 13 Sentinels so much doing this. And it would line up with the cycles if you know, the original quote-unquote person is dead, but, you know, the cycles reset everything and put all these aspects together. But I don't know, I guess finality in that would be...
reshape and weave.
But that, yeah, I don't know what the third piece would be there, because I say the soul in that, but that could be part of the erudition. It could also be part of remembrance, honestly. But soul could also lead to finality and, you know, the idea of your soul being tied to fate, which Kafka has confirmed fate isn't real. I guess confirmed as much as any individual person could confirm that. Yeah, I can't wait for the actual full reveal of it. That's Hyacinth. Why is she surrounded by so many monsters? As much faith as I have in her, it's probably a good idea to help her out there.
Really now? This is way more trouble than I could have asked for.
He's so cute. Need a hand?
Or you could sit back and watch.
I can't tell if you're serious or not, but being hard to read isn't without its perks, I suppose.
I'm kidding, Danny. Lend me a hand, pretty please.
Lend me a hand. I'm not playable till next patch. I can't wait. I can't wait to see Cypher also, because I've been thinking about this for a bit. Cypher is really interesting in that she's very clearly intended to be a part of Fellas XP. In that, like, everything that's been described about her is Pardo's personality. She's this funny little guy, she's the thief, she's a cat, you know, she's not always around, and you gotta try to you kinda gotta go and catch her. But she doesn't share physical attributes to Pardo. She doesn't have the same coloring. She has Cypher has a mole that Pardo doesn't.
Fiends or devil.
Which is the opposite of how XPs generally are, where they're usually the same design but a different personality. Yeah, listen, it's a regular casual battle. I'm not thinking very hard here. I'm thinking on the story more than anything. Because I also definitely was not optimal with Aglaya there. I also normally use Robin instead of a Trailblazer. This place is practically in ruins. What happened? There shouldn't be this many monsters here.
The Black Tide is
also, Aglaya teams are so SP positive, you don't have to worry about SP.
Rather, the blessings of the Sky Priest in me might have unknowingly called them to me. Anyway, never mind that for now. Here, you might want to have a look at this. I found it around here and thought it might be of interest to you.
A debate between two scholars. Most are illegible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. Well then, enlighten me. What exactly do you mean by examining from another perspective? Okay, this is a follow-up to the one we just had. But it's giving a name, not the Venerist versus Neusporist. Simply, you see, when we stand normally, the sky is above. When we stand on our heads, it's below our feet. I don't even want to know what kind of situation inspires you to make such exalted theories. By the way, I have a student who loves to write satirical comedies and once wrote about a fool who could not figure out a question no matter what. As I said, there's no reasoning with you venerationists. You're like dromuses, huge yet always gazing downward at the earth, while I want to be a wasp that stings the dromus. What if that state tyrant's defeat simply proved that among all paths to Ocula, the skyship was the wrong one? I knew it was Anaxa! I knew this was Anaxa's bullshit! Anaxagoras, you impious blasphemer, mark my words, you'll eventually answer for your sacrilege. I doubt your students, or that young teaching assistant girl, have any idea what secret research you're truly conducting. Legible content here. That young teaching assistant girl. That wouldn't be Aglaia, would it? Because Aglaia's way older. She wouldn't be a teaching assistant here. We could always see the ghost at the Grove before Tribby used the thread. Yeah, no, looking back, I was talking about this a little bit before. There's so many hints, actually, that we were already dead. You think it's Caster Hyacine? I would think it's Hyacine, but Caster's also makes sense. But no, yeah, there's a bunch of, like, little moments that with the full context, like, oh yeah, they were telling us the whole time that we were dead. Anaxagoras. He's a scholar who fused himself with the core flame of reason.
This is new. I didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching this guy. He's never mentioned anything about it.
He's researching a lot of stuff. Linon said Anaxa may be opposed to the Flame Chase journey.
Might is an understatement. Anaxa has never been one to venerate the gods, nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy. People have come to think of him as a heretic, even in a place as liberal as the Grove.
I just think it would be really funny if the reason that Anaxa and Aglaia hate each other is she was his research assistant.
Yet, it is also this very...
The timeline doesn't add up at all, but it would be really funny.
Fate sure works in mysterious ways.
I picked up a scroll on my way here too. It looks like it may be related to the one you're holding.
Oh? Let me have a look.
Hyacine combines both records together.
By the looks of them, these scrolls are records of two conversations that took place in the same setting, one after the other.
Why are they so far apart, though? There's still much I don't know about the Grove. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Who are the Venerationists?
The Grove of Epiphany is home to 7 schools of thought. While all 7 schools are founded on the ideologies of Thalesis, the first scholar, each is unique in its own way. Among them, the Venerationists revere and worship the Titans the most.
Alright, what about Haravatat?
As the sage of the Venerationists, Euthyphro has always been at loggerheads with Anaxa.
If our body is dead, perhaps it's no longer blocking the radiation of the stellar, which is why we have calyxes and stagnant shadows of the fragmentum phenomenon. Doesn't bother me. I think those are just gameplay. As much as I like that, like, as a crackpot theory, I think those are in... Because no one has mentioned them. If somebody were to, like, say, hey, what's that thing over there? Then maybe I could go into it, but I don't think so. I think that is just, like, a gameplay contrivance. Or Mem is a Stellaron? I guess Mem could be a representation... We texted Welt about them. I'll have to look at that. But some of the texts have also been... Oh, no. Sorry. I mean specifically on Amphorius. Yes, the calyxes and stagnant shadows are in general canon. Yeah, because I was gonna go back to the Bellabug one, which even then, like, is kind of semi-non-canon. It's the joke of, like, here's a gameplay thing, let the characters explain them. But no, Calyx's and Stagnant Shallows are totally canon. I don't think they're canon to necessarily where all the gameplay locations one are, and definitely not on Amphorius. If someone on Amphorius mentions them, then I'll think more about it. Mem being a Stellaron, like I said, she could be a representation of our Stellaron, given, like, some form of existence by Fully. But I also don't think so, because I'm pretty sure she's just Cyrene. In the, I think it was the second trailer for Amphorius, in the Japanese one, she very much does Alicia's hi, in her mem speak. So there's like a 99% chance she's just Cyrene, and probably is fully pulling her back into existence. But it being connected to the Stellaron could be something. Some part of this world is a construct of the mind, so they could be here because we remember them and they came from our mind. That's definitely not impossible. There does seem to be a lot of, like, if you will it, it will exist here. Especially since Fully is involved. But again, I fully chalk those up to gameplay, because Penacony has them too, and there's no sign of the Fragmentum on Penacony outside of that. Yes, there's a Stellaron there. Actually, I think Bellabog's the only place where we actively see the Fragmentum. Okay, Bellabog and the space station. I don't think there's actually any on the Luofu. It's mostly Yaoshi's bullshit there.
If we were to place the 7 sages on the scales of Talantum, Anaxa and Euthyphro would be placed on opposite sides to achieve
Oh, you're
balance.
super right. You're super right. All the winding as fuck corridors in Penacony. There are lots of Stellaron elemental birds on the Luofu. I mean, we know there's a Stellaron involved in all of them, so I don't doubt it. I super totally forgot that, yeah, all the weird hotel, the corrupted hotel bits, which you can chalk up to being a dream, but no, those are totally, like, Fragmentum to fuck. That's why they're all, that's why they're all fucked. Very illustrative explanation. Thank you. Was it a mistake to build the skyship?
Everyone in Amphorius has heard the story of the skyships by now.
It's literally the story of Icarus.
Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless. That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini tree cannon could slip past their watch.
Okay, so the Tribi cannons are canon. No, you're fine. I love talking about this stuff. This is why I stream it. It was a joke, right? What is Anaxa's field of study?
Forests primarily study the application of alchemy in soul repair. Everyone considers Anaxa a
No,
blasphemer,
don't worry. I slow
but
my
that
progress
has never
down.
stopped him from sharing his ideas, no matter how taboo. If you must say that he's hiding something, then it's likely what lies beneath his eye patch.
Apparently nothing. He lost the eye reconnecting with the dead. I don't have any more questions.
Anaxa often says that every failure brings us one step closer to the truth. Perhaps, to him, the crash of the skyship carries a different interpretation. The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary, It was precisely because the sky ship represented the first step toward breaking free from the shackles of the Earth that it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself.
Right. Because if you literally couldn't make it through, why would he bother? Also, Anaxa is totally right. From a scientific point of view, every failure has a meaning. Because it shows you, in an experimental sense, like what went wrong to progress into the future. In the idea of this, he's right. Like, it shows the idea that, like, it's impossible, or, you know, that no one can feasibly get through the sky, would say, okay, so instead of looking at that, let's focus on something else.
It's a shame
And
that
drawing
the majority
attention
of the Grove's research
to
on
that rather
Aquila
than
was
keeping
headed by the
this dream of
Venerationists,
flying into the sky.
with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their findings. Discourse about more esoteric subject matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the skyship incident. So much so that even this scroll is completely new to me.
And she's the one that would know about it. Don't worry about it. We'll just collect everything we can find on the Titans for now. There's something else that caught my attention, though. This says that Anaxa is conducting secret experiments of some sort.
That's what I'd like to know. What are these experiments?
Yeah,
he's
okay,
involved in?
she was his assistant.
Even I, the assistant lecturer, know next to nothing about them. I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, don't say that. That's gonna make us go into Star
More
Wars.
to what happened at the Grove.
Man, I still love this area.
This is the Library of Philia, a place where the Grove stores its collection of tomes. Other than books written by the 7 schools, you can also find philosophical texts, ballads, and religious writings from the Outlands here. Cities
If
that desire
Aquila
to learn from the Grove,
power is the
or
wall around the
proudly
world, Black
expected
Swan
to
can't get in.
contribute
None still
knowledge
wants to
of
break. Only
equal
Aquila
value
can
to what
counteract
they saw.
Aquila. I don't know, but from what I'm getting right now, it's not that nothing can get past Aquila. It's just that, especially if you don't know that Aquila is there, you coming in, you're going to get just shot down. And if you're trying to get out, he's also going to shoot you down. In theory, you could build something or have enough power to get through it, but you would have to have a level of knowledge and testing that you could only do outside of Amphorius, because it's, you know, you can't test your sky ships if they're immediately getting shot down. But you also need the knowledge from inside that would happen. So, in theory, the Stellaron Hunters are actually the only people that probably could get in, because Elio would be able to see the future in such a way to know what he would have to do to get in, or in and out safely, and have the technology and knowledge to be able to get in.
We've had more than our fair share of hilarious episodes over the years. For instance, it's said that the Erythrocheramists once borrowed a manuscript from a certain author, but ended up returning a copy instead of the original. What's more, the original manuscript was supposedly then hidden here.
Because the the car that we took would have easily been able to go in and out. We just got shot down. Which I don't even actually know if it was Aquila that hit us on that. I thought it was Nikador. But we were in the sky, so it being Aquila also makes sense. That doesn't seem like a nice thing to do.
Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. You can just tell it like it is. Their behavior was no different from bandits.
Well, if you don't mind, has the Grove ever robbed Cascan Kremnos?
Whew. You've got me there. Some said you couldn't even find a dictionary in Castrum Kremnos, so I guess they were spared. There are too many books in the Library of Philia. Flipping through them all will take too long. Why don't we use the Biblioslate to search for the texts we need? We can bring them back to Akama for reading after that.
Agreed. This place isn't safe. We should leave as soon as we're done. There's still several more scrolls strewn all over the place. I'll gather them while you pull up those texts. This way, nothing will be overlooked. Record of the many research topics a Caprist scholar had applied for, and the replies from the school's sage about these topics. Topic 1. A discovery that many mythical beasts renowned for their longevity actually reside in areas with poorly managed birth and death records for such creatures. Permission to research. Reply lacks research significance, not approved. That is kind of true. Specifically in regards to humans in the real world. A lot of the, like, oh, this person has lived for, you know, like, 150 years. It's actually just that birth and death records aren't well recorded, so people just changed how old they were. I think it's like the Hersher of the Void power, which could open up space or seal it. I don't think Akil is like the Hersher of the Void. I think they're just literally one of the titans that happens to, like, their domain is the sky, and they don't want people intruding on it. Now, why they don't want people going in or out, we still don't know. It's probably related to the constant cycles going around, and that, like, an outside perspective might be able to see it better, or that, like, an outside person having a full, complete, original soul would affect things in a way that whatever the first goal is of Amphorius would lead to, like, a negative outcome. Because we just came in. Like, we didn't have a problem coming in, and I don't think we'd have a problem going out either if we weren't shot down. Like, if we had the ability to go up and were able to outrun them, basically. I think Genshin Kiana is Lord of Space 2 and Build the Sky Bear. So, the heavenly principles in Genshin, we don't technically fully know yet. But... the sky in Genshin is fake, for one thing. They also don't... They kind of stop you from going in, but not necessarily out. But I guess Genshin's technology isn't at a point where they can go out. I don't know, we haven't seen enough about the heavenly principles for me to say much on that, on her. But I don't think they would bring in the Hersher of the Void in this arc. If they're bringing in any Hersher, it's the Hersher of Corruption. Topic 2. An observation of real plants within the grove imitating the growth patterns of nearby white dryads. Permission to research. Reply. Falls under the domain of the Lotophagist school? Not approved. I also desperately hope if they do something with the Hersher of the Void in this, it's Siren and not Kiana. I want the purple hair version. I love her. She's my Blorbo. I love Kiana too, but... Topic 3. Investigating the feasibility of placing flying birds into rocket tubes to guide the direction of the rocket's flight. Permission to research. Reply too fanciful, not approved. What? Subsequent topics grew increasingly eclectic. Oh, excuse me. Yet the outcome of replies remained unchanged. Impressive tenacity. Hopefully it helped him survive the black tide. There are complaint letters from the scholars about Anaxa, the blasphemer. There's a thick stack of letters. Based on the dust accumulated in the perfectly intact seals, the complainee did not even bother opening them and just chucked them aside in a corner. This is about Anaxa. I should read this. Hi, Scene. You should come and have a look too.
Ugh, it's so dusty in here. Whoa. Are these all complaints about him? I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. They're probably all things like that.
Anaxa is so Socrates core. The next to hold this much influence.
Why else would they call him the great performer? When Anaxa established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his own work to everyone. Are the Titans truly an accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect, but what of Amphorius? Only foolishness and insensitivity everywhere.
We ran into a ghost who downloads the library into our subconscious. I super don't remember that. I'm a little fuzzy on a few of the side stories, so it took a while in between some of them too. Uncanny impersonation. What happened after?
They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish. Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face expulsion from the Grove.
Oh, it's a new simulated universe. I see. I'm gonna be honest. I skim the story of Simu at best, because usually I'm just like, alright, time to get my weeklies done. And there's so much text in the Simu.
The first allegation was...
Everything else I pay extreme attention
Do you
to.
agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountains, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations?
I mean, if the first part is agreed on, the second part is a logical conclusion. Am I supposed to put myself in Anaxa's shoes and answer that? Anaxa would definitely say no. Based on the history of the Flame Chase journey, humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans.
Anaxa said the same thing then. Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it?
Serious allegation. Did he really do that?
Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say he used one of his eyes as an alchemical ingredient.
Simulated universe is how I know the Antimatter Legion doesn't care if worlds escape them by becoming mimetic entities. As far as they're concerned, that does count as destroyed. That's interesting. No, there's so much really cool lore in Simu. It's just kind of too much. And when I'm in doing Simu mode, I am very much not in I'm ready to consume lore mode. It's why I definitely like someone to break down, like, in a giant document, all of the stuff in it, because there's a bunch of stuff about the Swarm. Obviously, it's a Swarm disaster. Golden Gears is all about Rupert. That's how I know a bunch of stuff about Rupert and that. There's so much information in them that is really, really important. It shows us a bunch of other Knights of Beauty. There's a bunch of, like, hints to stuff going forward. That's where, like, 90% of the AHA content comes from. But, there's a special collection of Flame Chaser lore you unlock. Yeah, I sure plug the thing in and then skip it. I don't want to. It's just, like, I'm very much not in the read it mode when I'm doing Simu.
Every being in
escaping to Kifili. And this is even more so for the Chrysos heirs who have divine blood coursing through them. If he has really done something of that nature, then it'd indeed be sacrilegious. Thankfully, they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation in the end.
People keep saying Sarita is gonna be Fuhua. I don't think she's gonna be actually that similar to Fuhua. Specifically because, like, we know there already is a Fuhua in the Lawfu.
One by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, "Anaxagoras, have you any respect for the gods?" It was only after a brief silence that he answered, "I have never denied that titans are meant to be noble constructs."
I think it'd be cool if she's Colin. Yeah, so I don't actually know if she's been mentioned in the main story yet. I just know her from promotional material and stuff. And a bunch of people, I've seen a bunch of people saying she looks like Fuhua. To me, I don't see it in the same way that everyone's like, oh, Anax is a Sioux expert. No, he's not. No, he's not. But I just think it would be weird if they were to put two different Fuhuas in, because they've definitely been building up Fuhua in the Lawfu. But he didn't say that the Titans are not noble. Rings louder in this case.
Yes. I'm not sure how
No,
that
I do,
controversy was eventually resolved,
actually...
but what's for certain, at least, is that Anaxa
They
was
did
allowed to stay in the
mention
grove where he continued his
Saridra,
research.
actually, in the story, I
Despite
think.
being regarded
Because she's the one that freed Tribi at one point when she was captured. They did start with true Bronnies at launch. You're super right. You're so right. And also, like, if there's any character to make two of besides Sela, it would be Fuhua. I still just don't see it. Oh, you're so right, though. I still really like the theory that Silverwolf isn't even technically an XP, she just is Haxor Bunny. That ended up in Star Rail, or that ended up in HI3 later.
By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place in the Grove. We may find clues there that aren't on the teleslate. I'm talking about Anaxa's alchemy lab, hidden between the cornerstones.
Given the Grove's meticulous approach to archiving, could there really be such an oversight right there, right under their noses? Yeah, it just, like, everything about Silverwolf, because Silverwolf is obviously based on Haxor Bunny specifically. Although I am of the opinion that she is way more true to Bronya than Bronya Rand is. But regardless, like, we know with Sparkle that in the semi-canonicity that is the crossover, that Sparkle can just Sparkle and Vita can just go back and forth. But it would just really make sense to me if Haxor Bunny just is like a future Silverwolf. Bronya ran the Archer of Lies. Oh, I hate it's so funny. Bronya's early Bronya in HI3 was my favorite for a long time. That has stopped being the case, unfortunately. He just hasn't gotten a lot. But I still really like Bronya. I don't like Bronya Rand at all. I'm so glad Silverwolf exists, because I love Silverwolf, and I can put all of my Bronya love onto her. Because I think Bronya's a piece of shit most of the time. I love Bellabog, but every decision Bronya makes, I'm like, I disagree with you completely. I had to cover up all this bad stuff so that no one thinks my mom was mean. I know that's an exaggeration, but I just, it rubs me the wrong way so much. Anytime people cover up the truth, I don't like it. That's also, like, part of why Cocolia was a villain. Like, obviously, also the genocidal tendencies were the main part, but... It was in the permanent chapter that Sparkle gave her the mask? Oh, do you mean in HI3, or are you talking about, in Star Rail? Because I don't know, I'm not as good at keeping up with HI3 as I kind of wish I was. I did the Sparkle event because I am full in on Star Rail at all times. But I don't think that event's permanent? I could be wrong on that. Sparkle's in the actual chapters? Okay. Yeah, I'm not caught up on HI3 yet. One day I'll get back to streaming it. I'm about to go into I'm about to get to the moon, finally. So I don't know, like, I don't know anything really about part 2 other than that event. So I don't know if that was saved permanent or not. But yeah, no, Sparkle, very much says to Vita at one point, Vita and Sparkle both have been like, yeah, we can just jump between at any point if we want to. That was pretty much the end of that event. Given the Grove's meticulous approach to archiving, could there really be such an oversight right under their noses?
It's a well-kept secret. Among the 7 sages,
which is so funny, because Walt's like, man, I wish I could get back home.
Each has a private
Sparkle voice,
where they can conduct research undisturbed in their free time. Even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sages' research. But with the Grove in this state, I'm sure Anaxa won't be mad even if we sneak into the lab for a short while. Right?
In her defense, the Enigmata Bird said if we told the truth, there would have been a riot where the public would have branded. Yeah, I do, like, my thing with Bronny is I get her reasoning. I fully understand Bronny's reasoning for doing what she did. I just fully, wholeheartedly disagree with it. Hello? Okay, there we go. Technically, okay, no, I couldn't, what? Technically, Bronya also says that she plans to reveal it to people later. I don't know, I just really, really don't like her logic. The way to move forward as a society is to have the full truth. Revering the genocidal maniac that was, like, the reason that your planet was about to die, like, having them being revered as a hero sucks. And when people find out, they will look negatively on Bronya.
This is the place, but where is
I do
everything?
really want to go back to Belobog at some point.
Materials for alchemical experiments.
I love Belobog.
Matrix diagrams, and even the seal to the lab. They're all gone. Did the Black Tide destroy it all?
No wonder we didn't see any defense mechanisms along the way. Have you ever been here before? I also greatly want Star Rail Sela to get any kind of content, because I adore Sela in HI3. In Star Rail, she's so boring.
No,
Not even close.
But as one of the best
Not only
voice
are
actors.
alchemy experiments high
And her animations at peak.
But Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students
Marchese
often
will
saw him
unfreeze. The
walking with
Antimatter Legion will
magazines,
return to finish
but
where they
come out
started.
covered in soot with his hair singed. Naturally, no one dared to come near this place.
That could be interesting if the Antimatter Legion comes back. Because, like, the job ain't done.
That bookshelf over there seems to be the only thing still intact.
I also don't even think it needs to be that complicated. Just be like, yeah, here's a new area of Belobog. Like, here's a new district you hadn't been to. There are the materials requested by Anaxagoras. Documents from various fields have been compiled in one place, including Titan creation, the University of the Soul, alchemy doctrine, and so on. Right, there are a bunch of them literally still there, just frozen under the ice, and it probably will thaw out if they're still alive, quote-unquote alive. Most of the materials look to be within the research domain of the New Sporist School of Thought. However, a document titled A Study on the Chrysotera's Background is mixed within. I don't necessarily need it to be right now, but I definitely do want more focus on the Antimatter Legion. Because we know the names of a bunch of the Lord Ravagers, but Fantilia is the only one we actually met, and we haven't followed up on that in a while. These appear to be quick notes examining the background of Chrysoceras. The Holy Maiden of Janisopolis. I'm also forever angry. Not angry. The fact that the Annihilation Gang. No. Yes. Duke Inferno's group was a fake out. Bums me out. I don't care about Duke Inferno, but all of the Constance and all of her group in that trailer were so cool, but they were literally just a red herring for Penacony, so that you wouldn't suspect Sunday. I know a lot of people are mad that Duke Inferno was killed on screen, but I care more about Constance. The Holy Maiden of Janisopolis, Tribi, Trian, and Trinan, descended on the Holy Maiden from the Temple of the Three Faiths, Goldweaver Aglaia of Akima, from the Nestia priestly family. The Prince of Castrum Kremnos, High Scene of the Twilight Courtyard, all of their ancestry have varying degrees of connection to the divine titans or their divine authorities. Does the golden blood come from the heritage of priest families or royal bloodlines? Anaxagoras, I myself show no such connection. Kefali the Creator, what criteria did they use to create the golden blood, to shape the Chrysoceras? Yet Castris, a servant of death from Iodonia. Her lineage is neither titan priest nor demigod, but she has walked the earth for at least a millennium with the power to grant death to humans. Where did this power come from? Another text speaks of the dragon legend of Styxia. The alchemical extraction of soul ripped from dragon corpses is intriguing. Dragons appear to be the Titan's creations. Perhaps there's a way to reverse the process, using alchemy to refuse human souls with Titan creations, increasing the purity and divinity of golden blood towards the absolute. This theory must be tested, experiments to be arranged. I think when Belobog was rewritten to be less dark and grim, and Scylla no longer got her powers in a weird experiment in the orphanage, I don't know where her abilities make much sense until such time the Sea of Quantum becomes available. I mean, she's just a past strider. Everybody's got weird powers in this. I don't think about it too much. But yeah, I mean, the Sea of Quanta and the Imaginary Tree have to come up at some point.
Going on?
More directly than they have, at least. The Imaginary Tree has kind of been mentioned.
Me?
But they're definitely pulling energy from the the Aeons are definitely pulling, like, their energy or in somehow fueling themselves off of the Imaginary Tree and the Sea of Quanta. It'll come up at some point, I'm sure. How, when, why, I don't know. I want the sugars to come back. They're part of the reason Welt's here in the first place. Just throw one in here, please. Also, just make Kira and Shunagura playable, please. I love them. I don't know that Belobog was necessarily rewritten. It was obviously changed from the HI3 versions of it. They also, frankly, well, no, because I guess Cocolia wasn't in charge of the orphanage in this universe. The Sela and Bronya just kind of don't remember it. But the fact that they don't remember the orphanage makes me have questions. I don't know, I just want Belobog to come back. There's so many characters I care about there. This journal contains several intriguing points. The other thing, though, is as much as I like the XPs and the connections and seeing the differences between characters, I don't want things to be a one-to-one parallel to, like, I don't want them to just rewrite HI3. I actually think that Bronya and Seal's relationship is terribly written in this game, specifically in that they expect you to know what their relationship is in HI3 and spend no time in Star Rail developing it. I played Star Rail before I played HI3. I didn't know either of them. I mean, I knew Sela existed vaguely, but I didn't know anything about them. And I was so disinterested in everything about them and their connection in Belobog. Meanwhile, then I start HI3 and I'm like, oh, I get it now. I get why people care about this now, because they're super well written here, but they're not in HI3 or in Star Rail. And that's why, like, I really like that Star Rail explores themes and ideas of HI3, but twists them completely. But I also did not know that it was different in the alpha. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. I want to see what the alpha changes might have been. I'll do that after stream. But yeah, I don't think, I think Silverwolf is set up to be the important one. I mean, yeah. Well, I think every character is quote-unquote important in their own way. But Silverwolf is one of the Stellaron Hunters, and the Stellaron Hunters are one of the most important factions in this game, and are going to be deeply main story relevant sooner rather than later, ongoing, not just one-off like Belobog technically is. Yeah, more reoccurring, 100%. The Stellaron Hunters are going to be important in multiple arcs, to the point that there'll probably be an arc where instead of hanging out with any of the Express crew, we're hanging out with the Stellaron Hunters. They've even, they set that up here. Well, they've been setting it up for a while in that, like, we've been getting hints that we knew these people more than we've seen, but then we got it full-on confirmation in 3.0, where you have the conversation with them from the past, and you're seeing what our relationships more were. I don't even, well, I'm not going to say they're not villains, because they definitely do kill people and cause atrocities, but everything the Stellaron Hunters do is for a purpose that's probably positive. I can't definitively say until, like, we get more context of Elio specifically, but Firefly, Kafka, and Silverwolf at their core are good people. Blade is a suicidal freak. But even he's, like, caring and compassionate. They just all believe in Elio and his vision. Now, they could be being deceived by Elio, but I expect Elio to also be a good person that just has, like, because he can see the future, has these long, standing lofty goals. It's like, we have to do X, Y, and Z to prevent A, B, and C from happening. And I really, really want to get more content from him. Kafka is my favorite character in this. I deeply, deeply want more content of the Stellaron Hunters. Creations of Titans. From the Abyss of Fate to Captain Kremnos, I've seen many a Titan creation during my time in Amphorius. Life forms created from Ceres can also be found in the Grove. Yeah, no, they're well, they kind of are antagonists to... They're antagonists to the Express in that, I mean, yeah, Blade is a direct antagonist to Dunhung, but, Himiko and March both, like, really, really don't like the Stellaron Hunters, but the Trailblazer has a distinct history with them. We've seen we're all on friendly terms even now. Oh, their relationships are so interesting, and I want more of it. I can't wait till we get our memories back, because at some point it's going to happen. They're antagonists in divorce court. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Who's going to get custody over the Trailblazer? No, but yeah, they are definitely, they're a less virtuous version of the Express. They're willing to do much darker things to progress the goals because Elio can see it. Elio can see the endpoint, therefore you can justify it all. No, like, Welt has incredible foresight, but he can't actually know what's gonna happen. So everything that we do is in a way that the Stellaron Hunters are all amoral-ish characters anyway, but can all justify any amoral things that they do based on what Elio is saying. We don't have that ability. We don't have that justification, so we have to do things in a way that confines with our morals, and everybody on the Express is a justice freak. Yeah, they're much more like Otto in that way, and the Shixel people, where like I love Otto. The end goal is good, and they're causing good to happen, but there's shady shit going on. Versus the Hyperion crew, who are a bunch of justice freaks. Fusing them as human souls through alchemical means. I can't even begin to imagine. Does Shixel mean destiny? That's cool. That parses with Auto Apocalypse. Anaxa seems to hold special interest in the divinity coursing through the Chrysalis Air's veins, and has even conducted a thorough investigation into the hero's background.
It wouldn't have been so strange if he had focused only on Cassie, given her own curiosity about her origins.
I love Otto.
Plus, considering that the new sporists have crafted omnipotent medicines capable of curing diseases, it also makes sense that he would conduct research on immortal Chrysos heirs. But now, it seems Anaxa's objective was never to create medicine, but to identify the origin of the golden blood and figure out its inner workings.
Anaxa's research. Through alchemy, Anaxa aims to refine the golden blood in the Chrysalis heirs to a degree of purity equal to divinity. That must be what he means by close to true purity. But treating both Titan creations and the human body as materials to be used in alchemy experiments, that's rather extreme.
Danny, look at this. I have a bad
Stop saying that.
About this.
Stop saying that. We're gonna be put into Star Wars. These documents appear incomplete. Judging from what's left behind, the important alchemical formulas have been taken away. Only the author's reasoning remains. The previous approach has flaws. Fusing human souls with Titan creations does not purify golden blood. Even pure Titan creations are contaminants to the Chrysalis Heir's golden blood. Soul fusion between humans and creations merely repairs impurities of the soul or maintains a connection to dying souls. So we could put someone dying or just put someone's soul into Titankin. And they'd, in theory, continue to exist, which, hey, that goes back to what I was saying earlier with, if you stick memories and personality into something, they're kind of the same thing. While creation myths tell us that Chrysalis heirs and other creations were all made by Titans, their nature differs fundamentally. The Titans' creations are no intermediate products of an alchemical process, and the Chrysalis heirs are closer to the Titans than the creators, or the creations. In other words, I should not have considered Titan creations equal to Chrysalis heirs. The hypothesis I should focus on is one pointed towards the Titans themselves. Such rare chances to study Titans demand a meticulous selection of research subjects. Living Titans prove impossible to restrain, and dead Titans offer no insight worth pursuing. But dying Titans, oh, okay. So everything Anaxa's doing is just to get to Kefali. Because he needs a dying Titan, not a dead Titan. Only by understanding the fundamentals of creation can we ensure perfection at the moment of everything's birth. Through my own hands, I will melt a Titan and reach the true essence of the soul. Alright, Otto! This is some Otto Apocalypse bullshit if I ever seen some. But right, because he was saying that dead is a stagnant, permanent state, but dying is an ongoing status.
My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together now. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on soul transmutation.
You mean he's trying to reconstruct human souls alchemically?
Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy.
I could see Void Archives being as well, though. The only reason that I might not believe it is, if I remember right, he's specifically stated to be a former Nameless, but not a former Express crew member. And I believe the other thing about him is he still believes in the will of the Trailblaze, which I don't know that Void Archives actually would. But I've obviously seen Void Archives in stuff with Otto and the mangas and all that. But I haven't gotten to Void Archives appearing as the version that he gets into Star Rail as in HI3 yet. So I can't fully say if he would or not. Void Archives is a bitch, though. I love him. I can't wait to see more of him.
Oh, I just thought of something.
To be fair, though, if you learned your sentience from Auto Apocalypse, you'd also be a bitch. What's wrong?
Do you remember?
I again say this lovingly. Otto is my second favorite character in HI3.
Plan to send Cersei's
right after
to a
Siren.
safe place. But an accident happened along the way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process.
King Yuen's intelligence says he's a preservation zealot. Could be a tricksy man playing trick. Totally could. I think we've got decent confirmation that Luocha's not Void Archives at this point. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see, because there's no way he doesn't come back in a major way. Especially since, like, you know, we got the little bit of lore bit with Shush and him. I still like it. I still like his name in Chinese being shut up better. But Perseus took over his body and resurrected him, which led to the situation we're in now.
That's right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason wasn't an accident?
What do you mean?
Put yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the black tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done?
I'd put my theories to the test, no matter the cost.
Exactly. When the black tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the Luminary Throne was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame.
Did he succeed?
No. Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. Maybe he failed to consider the possibility that Cersei's would make a similar decision. The manuscripts detailing all the alchemical formulae have been taken away. His research is still ongoing.
Would he have taken them for other purposes?
Like what? There's only one Titan left in the world now. No. No way.
To conceive an entity of perfection, one must first understand the principles of creation. If Anaxa is in Akima now, then that means...
He's after Kefali.
Sir, this sky above us, it's not real, is it?
Just like
Of
into
course
that.
not. This is just an image from a projection device used for educational purposes. A simple trick. The day-night cycle has been lost to this world. So that students like you may still learn about the night sky, astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the Holy City is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
You mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it. Often people know more than they let on. They simply choose to feign ignorance because they have no other choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we're different. We've already walked out of the firelit cave of ignorance. We have already realized that we live in a world where Titans make the rules. Even when we look at the sky, we're only seeing what they allow us to see, rather than gazing at this mockery of a night sky fabricated by them for the rest of my life. Why shouldn't I be the one to take control of the projection device instead?
So much time has passed since you sowed the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories and wild ideas, only to burn them to ashes when I open my eyes in the day.
Why? Because we'll face death by burning if word gets out?
As a sage of the Venerationists, my soul has already become inextricably linked to the great tree. Every word I say and every move I make is certain to influence every leaf, every branch, even the tree itself. But above all else, my days are numbered. Instinctively, I have my doubts about the golden blood and the human soul, yet I have no means of verifying them. The golden blood in my veins is woefully thin, and I am loath to waste what little time I have left obsessing over a hypothesis that cannot even be proven in the first place.
I think it's really interesting that both Genshin and Star Rail have small-scale versions of the imaginary tree in actual physical worlds. He's kind of Sue-like. Okay, he's a Sue-like character. But in I don't know though, he doesn't have Sue's compassion. I don't think he looks much like Sue at all. He's almost got the right hair color. But he's much more similar to... I was gonna say to Alhaitham, but that's not even necessarily true. Yes, okay, so in that part, yes, that he is, Sue is connected to the Bodhi tree and Sumeru and all that. That goes into what I was saying, where it's interesting that both of these series, or both Genshin and Star Rail, have like physical, actual, get-toable versions of the imaginary tree that are like localized to their specific zones. Which makes me think that the imaginary tree manifests itself in different ways physically on different planets. But I don't know why and like what degree that influences things and influences the actual imaginary tree itself. Because this is also, the tree in this is one of the Titans. But I'm wondering, like, are they, like, is this literally, like, a bud of the actual imaginary tree, like, reaching out into the physical world? Or is it, like, the imaginary tree needing to... Like, because, I mean, the imaginary tree already replicates faces. So why wouldn't it replicate itself? Right? I guess is a thought. It's interesting. I love the cosmology of the series.
But I can, sir. I can do it for us. The time is right.
I mean, that's true.
Give me all
Amphorius
that I
itself
need,
might not
and I
actually
shall
be
accomplish
physical
this
in any
grand
sense.
feat on your
But
behalf.
because technically neither is I forget the fucking name of it.
You're right.
But the Irminsul in
I shall do just
Genshin.
In the next meeting of the sages, I will spare
But
no
it's
efforts
physical,
fighting
quote
for the
unquote, in the
rights
sense
you
that like
deserve.
it can be interacted with, where the actual imaginary tree, Otto had to do some
Establish your own
bullshit to
school
get
of thought.
to.
Find out what we are. Become the one who conquers the ultimate truths of the world.
Child of humanity. You didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
So, you figured it out. If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself down and prostrate before their greatness, begging for the gods' prophetic wisdom. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm no Dromus. Alas, I am a human, standing tall on 2 feet, possessing both intellect and pride.
Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
Yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging waves threatened to swallow them, they didn't just give up and become sitting ducks. No. They constructed a dam that kept the roaring tide at bay, chaining down the mad Fagusa.
I'm always willing to take
call
the
me a
things Otto said
Xerxes.
as like relative
that doesn't
truth, but
mean
yeah, I
you
mean,
deny the existence of gods.
he was a god. He was a human applying concepts to essentially eldritch entities.
Are simply a force that mankind has yet to find a way to tame.
His words carry more weight than anyone else's, but it's not necessarily exact.
Why not conform to the prophecy and brave
He's
the
also...
trial?
Otto is unfortunately also very guilty of confirmation bias, where he had a specific goal that he had in mind, and everything he was doing was in service of that goal. If it didn't work towards that goal, he discarded it. He didn't care. Well, not necessarily discarded. He used it in other ways. But, like, it wasn't important to him. So if it, like, everything to him had to line up with his interpretation of things, otherwise it wasn't important. So there's a lot of how much of that is right
harnessing
there.
the power of the Titans when I can do so
I guess technically I should believe
more.
Void Archives most, but
The source of life is what
I believe
wish
in
to
him
grasp,
even less than I believe
to
Otto.
understand what makes up the soul, and to learn what we really are. Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one,
Well, Otto sometimes
that the
actually
soul
tells the
indeed
truth to people.
ceases to exist in death. But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be a beginning. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown variable left in my calculations.
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a conjecture.
No, I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own eyes.
Professor Anaxa.
Hi, Rice.
I'm here. His life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Okay, so this is what he meant by she'd be on their side.
I'll bring this to a conclusive end, and give you the answer you so desire. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I must also demand from you.
Do you mean the Star Rail trailers? I actually haven't seen the recent ones. I haven't seen the trailer for this Patrick Cascaris' stuff yet.
Don't you care to know what the price might be?
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and his survival. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
I see. In that case, let the show begin.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
Before I begin, I must confess I had been stuck in a cognitive trap all this time. As unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance, they are in fact logical equivalents. They are merely two different ways of telling us about what the soul is at its core. The reason I say this is, as I've mentioned earlier, the answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Twice.
Yes, I am but a living dead man.
He's the same as us.
But that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes. That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
Of course you wouldn't remember. Because that wasn't you.
Oh yeah, that I know.
That was Calypso, one of the 7 sages of the Grove.
Yeah, the
Calypso.
one guy that was left in their project was Arthur.
That's the name I
Kevin
made
was
up on a whim when speaking to
Merlin,
this girl.
and then Sue was the Lady of the Lake.
How do you know of it? And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know the Grove's past like the back of your hand?
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your soul. Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world, so who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your likeness, yet you have no idea who she is? The answer is evident, is it not? Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air, and they are no different from humans, because they all evolved.
Which is, in some ways, also true of the Eons. I wonder if Amphorius is actually just a giant
Does this
experiment.
answer disappoint you?
of how someone could ascend at Eon Hope.
Yes, because you've answered nothing. If I truly was once human, as you claim,
Oh, Mobius, what are you
then
up to?
where do the children of humanity come from?
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
I knew you would say that. But it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually, why don't we have this supreme being standing before us tell us everything?
You can
The
revive
fire
a
is behind
Titan?
them. They're technically casting shadows.
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods. But all we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me. If I'm reborn as Kefali,
Well,
I
you're
can
not going
rebuild
to.
the world and all within
That's
it
fine,
as
job.
they once did. Simple, is it not?
In the meantime,
I have news from Hyacinth and Dan Hung. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's divine body.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act unfold?
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
I'm sorry.
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's ambitious desires will be something we can exploit. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kynus is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans. Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday, after my duty is over, this site will take the place of the battlefield where you hunt gods. Become the next challenge you ought to overcome. Till then, it's best to get used to this place as soon as possible.
we'll be waiting here for your good news. Come find us anytime you need something.
Preposterous! The Christos heirs only have their standing because of the Council of Elders. How dare they trample over it?
Wow, these people are shooting daggers with their eyes.
It's been a while.
Oh, hi, Kratos. Hello, Oleg of Empress.
What is that supposed to mean? Is this really the sort of person that the young lord praised as a ferocious warrior?
It has indeed been some time, Lord Kratos. What brings you here in such haste?
Shh, keep it down.
The Trailblazer's such a little
Be
shit.
more
I love
vigilant.
them.
See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for Kynus. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad. So, did something happen?
Did you hear thunderclaps last night?
Been hard not to notice thunderclaps in broad daylight. Hooray, it's Akron! Someone's coming to save us!
Hacker? What?
He's been through a lot lately, please pardon him. Can you tell us more about these thunderclaps?
Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing several words at Akama.
Okay.
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
Alright.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos Arena.
I figured this is something you would want to know. We Kremnoans never back down from a fight. So if you plan to take that thing down in a battle, reach out to me anytime.
Hi.
You have
you're an NPC, man. I don't know how much help you'll actually be.
Let Aglaya know about this right away.
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. That vicious kindness has been unusually active lately. Those lackeys she keeps undercover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans to defect to the council.
Hmm.
How dare you! Don't place that!
What stage?
Looks like you can see it for yourself.
We should get back. Thank you for the intel, Lord Crateros.
By Catholic into Lantern above, as the Theoros I have observed.
Aglaya, what happened here?
I know about the poisonous fangs of that king snake through the golden threads. In the past, I would be confident about keeping her in check, but I admit I am now unable to do so.
What do you mean?
It is no longer about eloquence or arguments. I have been a demigod for far too long, that I hardly have any humanity left. Before I realized it, I have become no different from these hypocrites. No longer capable of relating to
I just
the people.
don't know that I agree with
This
that.
has come a lot sooner than I expected. But perhaps it is time. I need you to step up, Finan, in order for me to retreat behind the scenes.
Finan has to become the face.
This is my duty, but
It is far easier for the Council of Elders to fool many than just fool one person. Their so-called more support is no more than a ruse to distribute power using words instead of lances. There is no glory in winning this debate, but that makes having respect for humans so much more priceless. Finan, you are a Chrysos heir without flaw, capable of relating deeply with humans.
I appreciate what you've taught me, Aglaya. I hope we'll live up to your expectations and win this debate.
Am I gonna have to do the debate minigame? I'm not the greatest at them.
Oh, you've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me take over and personally close this debate for today. Dearest counselors, let it be known that I sorely miss the blissful times portrayed in lyrical poems. Back then, Amphorius was home to nearly 1,000 cities, each with their own local faith.
And now they're all dead
Gods
because of the Black
walked the
Tide
earth
that we're
and
actively
shared
fighting
close
against.
bonds with humans. Yet, in the present, people from all over are forced to leave their homeland to seek refuge in the holy city, where they hope to rest under Kethali's protection. All of us have long been in the same boat, with no way out of this plight. We didn't have a choice in the past, but now, the Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have left is one question for you. Would you rather strive toward the unheard of Era Nova, or return to the prosperous Era Chrysia of our past?
You can
Make
never go
your
back.
Choice.
You always need to be
Now,
moving forward.
Which of the two would lead mortals to an ideal future?
No hesitation. I stand by Aranova. Aranova, the path of salvation the gods promised. We should not have doubts in the Flame Chase journey.
We all know that Era Chrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness. Please, enlighten me.
how does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Let the 3 Titans of Calamity be born, and Eracrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those Titans, and Eracrysia
I don't know. I think they're just a
again.
chaos gremlin. I think they're just a trash panda. I think it's just their personality.
Know that the Council of Elders is
Because
never
also, like,
one
we
to
know
make
explicit.
empty
Well,
promises. Look at who we have.
if you
on
actually look
our
at Kafka's dialogue, it is explicitly stated that fate isn't real.
Anaxagoras, one of the Grove's 7 sages, and Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death. With the help of these 2 heroes,
He's a little close to
I
you
can
guys.
promise all of you that Eracrysia will exist once more.
Aren't they Chrysos heirs? They're supporting the Council of Elders instead?
It's clear from the start that these heroes do not get along well in their group. All the more proof that Aglaya isn't fit to speak on behalf of every Chrysos heir. I am in favor of Eracrysia.
Eracrysia! Castorus? Why are you standing over there?
He sounds so
finally
hurt.
Arrived, Anaxa. So have you, Cass.
Don't worry, Aglaya. Well, I know that you have many queries. Could you continue to converse like how the citizens normally do? Tell me, dear citizens, if we successfully retrieve and return Thanatos' core flame without anyone passing the Death Titan's trial, what would happen next?
The answer is simple. We will have a chance to rid the world of death and bring Amphorius back to an era when all beings live forever. We'll usher in a new future that will be entirely different from the Flame Chase journey.
He's one of the 7 sages. That's impossible.
I really don't believe this.
Your proposal is much too idealistic. As long as the Black Tide still exists, how can we go back to the old days?
Remember what I previously said? Kefali's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Council of Elders. Plus, Fagusa's water curtain will be able to block out any external perceptions. Tell me, dear citizens, have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about anywhere within the walls of this majestic holy city?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. Isn't that just survivorship bias? Actually, yeah, isn't that just survivorship bias?
If we eliminate death,
Hey, Cinda.
then there's no need for us to fear that Flame Reaver, right? Citizens, let's loudly sing the blessed hymn. Oh, beautiful old world, where are you now? Oh, legendary
I got further than you, I
Eracrysia,
see.
return to the mortal realm.
After the destruction of the 3 Titans of Calamity, the Flame Chase journey will have to end.
Will it? Members of the Council of Elders are cheering in excitement.
This is bad. The masses are now totally riled up.
Anaxa, pray tell. Everything that you've mentioned hinges on the premise that we can find Thanatos' existence, right?
Thank you, Lady Aglaya, for still caring about this city. However, dear citizens, we are truly fortunate and blessed.
I still don't think Anaxa is very Sue-like at all. I do really find Al-Haytham very funny in that he is Sue in appearance, but Kevin in personality.
For Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death, will surely find Thanatos under my guidance.
What?
With that, I solemnly promise that the core flame Lady Casterus brings back will be personally managed by the Council of Elders. Thereafter, if we are able to garner the support of all of you at the Citizens' Assembly, we shall spare no effort in ensuring that the Aegis will return to our world once again.
Aegis!
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. Buy carefully into Lent and above, as the Theoros I have observed. Akama has chosen her destiny. The issue up for discussion at this Citizens' Assembly shall be modified to the suspension of the Flame Chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the Wall of Heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
These people are stupid. And so short-sighted.
Aglaya, dear Aglaya.
They obviously, Anaxa and Casterus have their own reasons for doing this, which are different. But the people that are so easily taken in by this, like...
Since the Flame Chase journey has been preordained by the prophecy.
I get the desire to go back rather than forward, but... like, yeah, well, you can't go back.
I guess we'll find out if that's true at the Citizens' Assembly.
Aegis announces the conclusion of the debate, and the attendees part ways. Casterus, what's going on? Okay, I can't talk to either of you.
Well, it seems that when I sent you to look for Anaxa, I unintentionally facilitated your partnership with him instead.
My apologies, everyone. I know that you have many questions to ask me. I will answer them to the best of my knowledge.
In that case, please tell us as much as you can.
What happened when you went to look for Anaxa?
In actuality, he showed me...
Oh, us being dead is great.
That was both long and heavy.
Very much, I was like, oh yeah, no, there's a ton of science for that.
The reason I say this...
There's a bunch of little details. We were talking about it before.
The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now. But that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes.
Have you heard of this tale before? A tale about the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown. It was a seaside town which enjoyed the ocean breeze and glorious, peaceful times.
And there's the Hersher of Corruption's eyes.
Queen. Until one day, an evil dragon descended upon the town. Its wings were large enough to blot out the sun, while its claws were sharp enough to rip the waves apart. It barged into the tall tower and devoured the queen's beloved daughter.
I also thought it was 15 hours until they said, until Anaxa later said it was 15 days.
The queen assembled 300 warriors who managed to subdue the evil dragon by chaining it up. However, when the queen slit open the dragon's
the entry hour is like what their name for Dawn is.
And all that was left of her was a pile of bones. Devastated.
Because I forgot about that. They have a bunch of
several days.
They have a bunch of different times that are like the blank hour.
A devious, smooth-talking scholar arrived at the palace and suggested that the princess could be revived through the use of dragon bone and dragon blood. That liar called this process the secret art of alchemy.
So that's Anaxa.
The princess was reborn! The queen was overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the evil dragon's soul still lurked within the princess's body. As revenge, the evil dragon swallowed the poor queen, the glib liar, the courageous warriors, and all of the town's innocent civilians in a single gulp. Worse still, the souls of the deceased refused entry to the Netherrealm because they were filled with regret. Forced to roam the mortal realm, these resentful souls ultimately converged into a river of souls that would not retreat for a long time. The terrifying death had consumed all. Thereafter, our hometown fell into ruin as well. Until...
Until?
Hi, Freya.
Actually, I don't know what happened next either.
We'll be actually celebrating the anniversary on Monday when I do the
It seems that you still
when I do our
people's appetites even after all this
yearly
time,
Dino Crisis
Felixia.
playthrough.
So, according to your story, this is how I used to look? It's practically a mirror image. And yet, what exactly is this?
A miracle that I created with alchemy. As for what it is and how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the answers to myself for now.
Oh, my goodness. Is this cliffhanger really necessary?
Apparently.
Quiet, Titan. Continue to enjoy this splendid play, and the truth will naturally reveal itself.
Dragon, huh? I've heard this legend before.
That girl.
In that case, what do you think
So
of
the
it?
legend went back to the previous cycle.
I think that this so-called alchemy was a tenuous analogy added to the story by future generations. After all, you've never heard of a tradition of alchemy in your hometown before, have you?
Indeed. Before I
Oh.
left home to pursue my education,
Whoa,
I
she's
never even
way
knew
more
that
fucked up
anybody
than
was looking into
Castris.
this area of study.
Therefore, we can just treat this tale as a fable told to young children.
A fable, you say? If so, what moral is it trying to impart to the kids?
I guess it might be the concept of equivalent
Equivalent
exchange.
exchange.
Oh? I thought the moral might be closer to something like honor the dead.
Yeah, these are literally like memories being given a semi-physical form.
No, I merely realized that we're both thinking of the same principle. If life is priceless, then there is hardly anything else in this world that is of equal weight to it, right?
Indeed.
Thus, there is nothing
As expected
to
of the wisest
equivalently
scholar in the
exchange.
land.
You flatter me.
Other than, I guess, another life.
Why don't I ask you a question as well, as a form of equivalent exchange?
Of course. What is your question?
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
What? What kind of strange question is this?
Yes, yes, you will.
I got it. You're just trying to get me to tell you whether I like anyone, right?
Uh-huh.
Let's just leave it at that. That was rude of me.
Yes, I would.
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I'm certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. After all, you, me, and the rest will all have to face that fateful moment eventually. My time is finally here. However, perhaps because of my firm belief in the immeasurable value of life, I am unable to complete the trial.
Can't become death because she believes in life.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. It is a pity that fate is such a cruel mistress.
Is there no other way of interpreting those words?
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must pay the price. Our trial can only be completed when the one chosen sacrifices her life. I'm afraid that the prophecy might even have selected a pair of twins for this exact purpose.
And obviously her sibling is Castus in some way.
Fortune makes fools of us all.
My sister is prepared to sacrifice herself. And yet, I can't do the same. How absurd. My time is almost up, but I'm still afraid to welcome death. What should we do? If I'm ultimately not able to make up my mind...
And they evolved them, but the one lit up.
Since Saus is willing to guide all of us and
which
lead
I
this
assume
trial
is
to the end,
Thanatos.
there is still plenty of time for
God,
you
I
to ponder.
still don't know all of the symbols.
That's right. Don't allow the fog of an uncertain future to cloud your mind.
Trial, prophecy, the topics that they're discussing seem familiar. But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise, I would have some
many potential
recollection
degrees
of
of
this.
separation, there's reincarnation, parallel universes, clones, and robots. This is true.
Amphorius's history before the Titans were born was
I do think it's
complete
interesting
chaos.
if this is a
Is
version
that
of the
not
cave
strange
metaphor.
by itself? I have long held
I don't
three
know if that's going to be
hypotheses
true, but
However,
that's an
let's
interesting
continue
thing that I
watching
wasn't thinking of.
Calypso, Polixia, and this warrior. I seem to have met him somewhere
Yeah,
before.
you were in the memory.
Regarding this matter,
Why is Prometheus Branya who
Nice.
can say?
Are you confident that you'll complete
flames steal
your
it.
trial?
Of course. Though, I am worried about what will happen once I've emerged victorious.
I doubt they'll add a third Branya.
Looks like you have made up your mind.
But I also kind of forgot that there were two Branyas earlier.
This is the safest course of action.
Is this when he divided himself?
Completely separating courage,
Yes, okay, it is.
honor, tenacity, sacrifice, and reason.
I probably will clip that
You
later.
really know how to make things difficult.
Please, young lady, witness my fall and demise. Lady Calypso, you shall host the soul-rending ceremony.
I do not understand. Why would you dare to sacrifice yourself for a future that you won't get to witness?
For all that is beautiful in the world.
This is our destiny. The power that resides within me is so intense that I will one day be engulfed by it. Furthermore, a valorous death before glorious return has always been.
And that became the
journey I began long ago.
That became the creed of Kremnos.
My position. I believe they would make the same choice as well.
I'm not that brave. I don't know how I'm supposed to face such a serious affair.
Despite being Death's chosen one, it seems you still don't know how to face it. Let's chat, young lady. Perhaps I shouldn't end my journey so hastily. Since there's still time.
I was saying it specifically about Fuhua. I don't think they'll add a second Fuhua when they're building up the Lawfu one, which I still stand by, but
Lord Anias. As the embodiment of Nikador's divinity, he entrusted his life to us and allowed humankind to end his madness. That means that what I'm currently seeing before my eyes is, in fact...
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true. These heroes are the true forms of the Titans, before they attained their divinity. If so, the chosen one of death that he speaks of is actually...
Polixia? Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
is you!
If this is true, as long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out the location of the Death Titan.
But before that, we first need to witness what ultimately happened to Lord Anias.
Since Rice is in the party, I might as well use her.
Do not worry. My curse is a blessing on the battlefield.
Where's Tribby?
Tribby promises you that everything will be fine.
I believe in you, Tribby.
Sealed within this statue is undoubtedly his sacrifice.
They use their own body as
We
our
are
city
literally
walls,
stealing flame from the
keeping
gods.
out
You are
and
correct.
protecting us from
But
the
I don't know if
pervasive
we're
spread
going
of
that
madness.
far into it.
They are acutely aware that if the end times were to arrive, there would be nothing left in this world to conquer. Nikador's courage is a testament that they have never once retreated from a battle.
I've heard that these words are still engraved in Castrum Kremnos even today. It didn't occur to me that they were actually part of an alchemical formula.
Lord Nias's honor is sealed here.
Incredible. The honor in this child's soul is so light. I believe that his tenacity is sealed within this statue.
Before we fought Nikador, we also released it from the stone statue.
Honor, courage, tenacity, sacrifice.
And Finally. The only thing that remains is reason.
Cheer up, young lady. There is no need to shed tears over a glorious death.
All farewells in this world.
Shadow is very intentional when he randomly mentioned in the live stream that Pandora's box wasn't actually a box but a jar. And an amphora that Zeus gave to. Oh, okay. I knew it was a jar. I didn't know it was called an amphora.
I have witnessed too many bitter deaths, but now all I feel is peace. I did not know until this moment that mortals could live their lives in such a way.
Although only a sliver of your soul remains, you remain so optimistic. Or maybe the truth is that you aren't able to feel sorrow anymore.
To be honest, I don't know either. But I am certain of one thing. This is not an acceptance of death nor apathy toward it. It's not even a feeling of despair.
And then four is those jars that people paint to see the story that goes in the circle. Alright.
Enjoying?
Indeed. Along this journey that we've taken together, not only have I changed the world, I myself have also changed in the process. And now I have reached the journey's end. When I look back and see the grand epic that I've personally written, how could I not revel in that fact?
But when you depart the mortal realm, won't all of your accomplishments be reduced to nothing? Separation and death are two sides of the same coin.
Don't underestimate, let me quote Nisha Shouchi. Oh, never. I could never. His writings, I don't know. The Spoke Apocalypse is my favorite HO3 story so far.
Finally, let me recount to you a story of mine, young lady. The first time I returned from the battlefield, I felt extremely hollow. The calamity had devoured everybody on the battlefield but me. When I returned to the city alone, the citizens held a banquet for me that was far from pleasant. I felt as though I was still
the calamity. So is he talking about the
person who had returned was
the Black Tide back then?
It was late into the night by the time the banquet ended. My head still reeling, I returned alone to the barracks. On the way back, I encountered someone. It was a crazed scholar looking at the night sky and muttering to himself by the side of the road. Although I tripped over him and fell, I wasn't angry in the slightest. And maybe because I saw myself in him, I inexplicably asked him a question. Do you think that it'd be better if we just died on the roadside like a couple of stray dogs? To my surprise, he shrugged his shoulders and sighed.
How does someone who is currently experiencing death, dying and living, afford the same amount of bliss?
I don't know about that.
Now please go away and don't block my starlight.
Are you trying to say that there is no difference between living and dying? For they are both
I
journeys.
guess technically living is dying, since there is always an end.
That's exactly what life is, and death is, but a scale to measure how valuable the journey was. Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust.
Yeah, that's what I assume too.
Therefore, young lady,
that
don't detest your
like
fate.
nobody's clearly been able to stop the Black Tide, and there's no records of the previous world, so they keep doing the same thing, which doesn't work.
Telling me about
That's why having an outside influence is a problem. Well, assuming this is all a quote-unquote problem for whatever started the cycle.
You will be able to understand my words. It is time for me to knock on death's door. I will set up a long table at the end of the road and humbly await your arrival. When that moment finally comes, let us drink and be merry then.
Well, Herta isn't here yet, but yeah, Herta's going to be here at some point.
I knew this day would eventually come.
And there's no way Herta doesn't change things.
Are the both of you ready?
Mm-hmm. Polixia.
And it's just gonna be Castorus. Yep.
I'm here. What? This...
This is quite interesting indeed.
Is Castorus just already Thanatos?
Is this... Polixia's sister?
And she just, because she doesn't realize it, like, hasn't awakened to it?
Me? Now, it's time for us to fulfill our promises.
So the dragon's gonna be Polixia. Maybe does she need the dragon to fully actualize?
What are you afraid of?
Oh no, I assume Herta's gonna be here, like, in this loop. I don't think we're gonna lose this loop.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold in the prophecy, and according to our vows, once it all ends, we must face our fated moment head-on.
Even if it was prophesied, do we have no say in the matter? It's so unfair. Why are we the only ones who are forced into mutual destruction? Let me do it, sister. Let me be death's sacrifice. I was never long for this world anyway. But you're different. I was the one who wasted your life after all.
You're wrong, Polixia. I don't think that my life was wasted. Just the opposite. When I finally arrived at this destination and looked back at the journey I took, I discovered that flowers had long since bloomed along the path I walked. It was you who sowed the seeds for this sea of flowers, one that is more beautiful than the promised land at the end of the world. Besides, I have lived a fulfilling life. Even though I was fated for sacrifice, none of the things that I've experienced will dissipate. Instead, they'll forever live on as memories inside your head. Will they not?
How could my memories of you ever compare to the actual you?
Well then, tell me. What exactly are we?
People? Although people are the sum of their memories. But I don't know that that means that the memory of someone is necessarily the same as someone.
I don't know either. But regardless of what
That's a
the
million
answer
drachma
is,
question.
regardless of how we're shaped by others, or even by this world, ever since we were born, the fact that we existed was predestined, and nothing could erase it. This is why I will always, always be by your side. We're twins, after all. Polixia. It's time to extract my heart and light the flame of death. After that, use it to plant the first bud in the prophesied new world.
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I am certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. Even now, my answer remains the same. This is why, sister, I promise you, in the prophesied new world, I shall plant the first bud on your behalf. Go now. Return to the Ocean God's treasured pearl, our hometown. I shall open wide the entrance to the Netherrealm and grant you a second life. The living beings on this earth shall respond to my call and lead you to the sacred daylight. Remember,
So Polixia just full-on reincarnated
do not stop moving. The
Casterus.
new world promised by the prophecy.
And that's why, like,
march toward your new life.
that's why Casterus can't find Thanatos. Because they're, like, making sure to stay away.
Let me be the one to pay it.
Ooh, okay, she gave up her...
We've come to the end.
So she gave up her life.
I am not compatible with the Supreme Being, so I was unable to completely fuse
To bring
their
back
soul into my own
Casterus.
body. However, being able to glean all this from them is exciting enough. I'm certain of this now. Before the Titans that we are well acquainted with were born, a group of heroes roamed the land. These heroes followed a prophecy and took possession of divine authorities one by one, until they eventually became the pantheon of the new world. Just like the flame chase journey of today, Amphorius's history is cyclical in nature.
Yeah. So they've directly said it now.
Startling revelation.
Heck, loss.
This means that the demigods, who bear the core flames, will also become the new titans at the world's end, thereby shaping a new world?
So that does mean that
I
we're like,
believe
this
that
world's
this
at
is the truth
pretty
behind
close to the
Aranova,
end
as mentioned in the prophecy.
of its time.
This is utterly unbelievable.
I don't think the Black Tide's the Honkai.
Besides, those twins in the past.
It could be, but I don't think it
Even
is.
if they really are Thanatos, their whereabouts are still unknown even today.
I am still waiting for the Honkai to show
Are
up
their
in Star
whereabouts
though.
truly unknown?
In one way or another.
Did Polixia mention that seaside town, the birthplace of alchemy and the
Still
tale
want the
of
Sky people
dragon?
to come back.
In our world, there exists a city which perfectly matches that description. Styxia.
But the people there worship Vagusa and bear no relation to Thanatos. I have also never been to that place, as in the time of Idonia, it had long turned into underwater ruins.
Take this.
This is...
The Nusporist masterpiece, the Philosopher's Stone. It was made by transmuting all of the sages' wisdom into a single entity, with their flesh and blood as its foundation. Remember? I've mentioned before that the art of alchemy is all about conversion, tempering, and ascension. This process also applies to the pursuit of truth. Regardless of how unbelievable this sounds, the truths of the world have been refined from the impurities. Think about the story of the dragon. This stone will lead you to your real hometown, allowing you to reform the door to the Netherrealm and discover Thanatos' fate.
You still look as confident in your victory as ever. But what if your conjecture is wrong?
It doesn't sound wrong.
Simple.
Everything else has
I
been
shall
right
merely
so far.
admit to the entire world that my experiment was a failure. However, my line of thinking will not fail because I have already planted the seeds of doubt into the hearts of the masses.
I see.
Actions
That's
speak
why.
louder than words, Castoris.
Yeah, okay.
With the assembly about to begin, don't forget the promise you've made.
I've already searched for so long. I'm willing to try one more time. While we converse, his life is also slowly slipping away. But before I leave, I have another question.
One fully of the belief that whatever's going on in Genshin is caused by Stellaron, and that the Stellarons are in some way connected to the Honkai. Whichever way it goes.
If we are to prove its existence,
Like, it's entirely possible the Honkai come from the Stellaron. It's possible that the Stellarons are a form of Honkai.
I understand.
But we also know that, like, there are some civilizations that have overcome the Honkai. Because the Sky People use them and use Honkai energy, like, to fuel their civilization. And go harness, or go find other places that have been afflicted with the Honkai to basically mine.
Conclusions. Let's discuss this topic again when she manages to find the evidence.
I merely wanted to ask, was that stone transmuted from your heart?
It did say all of the sages.
If so, rebirth is no longer an option for you.
Why not? When I was a child, I lost someone dear to me. When I was a teenager, I lost my faith. A while back, although you saved my life, I also lost my soul in the process. Now
Do I think the Trailblazers is definitely be Hersher then? Maybe. Not necessarily. Because the Honkai aren't necessarily Hershers.
Why are you always finding ways to
The
die?
Hersher are connected to the Honkai,
Isn't
but
it good to be alive?
they're not one and the same.
This is
I am still waiting
necessary
for just like
sacrifice on my
full on
path to
a
transform
Hersher to
into
show
the
up
purest of them
in
all.
Star Rail.
Can someone who's dead even claim to
But again,
be
I'm waiting for the
purest
Honkai
of them
to
all?
show up.
Furthermore, if
The only
your
thing we have of it
hypothesis
is
proven correct,
Acheron's
does it
homeworld
not
was
just
overrun by the
confirm that
Honkai.
the myths are true, and thereby
Because hers is like an
invalidate all
alternate
your theories?
history version of Earth.
No, it's just the opposite. If
Oh
my
yeah, well, and we know that the
hypothesis
Honkai has taken many forms, because it was a disease
that I
before it
can
was the actual
actually
Honkai
ascend to
beast
godhood
in
and
on Earth.
reshape this
But
absurd world that you all have created.
That's...
so there was a welt on Acheron's planet. There was a equivalent of welt. Because Acheron recognizes him, and like they
Lady
look at each
Fire,
other and are like, we have to
please,
admit that we're not
let
each
me
other's
explain.
version. Acheron's world is almost a one-for-one
You
version
know that
of
the core
Earth, just
flame
it,
of
it
death
had a bad
has
ending.
always been the greatest unknown regarding the Era Nova, which is why both you and Kindness
And in
desire
her
to
trailer,
gain the
like, you
power to
see
control that core flame and the
symbols
approaching
for
citizens'
the Hersher of
assembly.
Wind, the Hersher of Fire, a bunch of
Professor
them.
Anaxa has come to a consensus with Kindness. They want to suspend the trial once Thanatos' core flame is reclaimed, hoping thus to eradicate death from this world. If they're successful, then the flame chase journey will cease, and Akama can enjoy everlasting peace. But I know this runs counter to your wishes. So long as we do not usher in Era Nova, the Black Tide will never be eradicated. Even with Lord Mighty on the front line, and the Black Tide not posing an immediate risk, the danger nevertheless remains. Honestly, it's difficult for me to assess the pros and cons in this decision. But someone must bring the core flame before we can begin negotiations over it. The Titan could be very near.
I mean, she's right. We need to find Thanatos before we can actually make a decision.
Someone has to make this trip to bring back
And she's doing
Mr.
it for
Soul.
us.
Well said. You already had every reason to seek an audience with Thanatos. It's that great
I'm glad that we're not
performer
mad
who
at her.
has weaponized your wishes and placed us in this difficult situation.
Because her reasoning is perfectly, like,
Do you
sound.
desire that too?
She's not really betraying us.
If fate dictates that my path must oppose yours, I will do all I can to resist it and protect what I aspire to achieve. Lord Mighty showed me that without taking the first step, all talk of what follows is moot.
I'm sure of what to say, but have mercy, Clive. Stay your threads. Castrus, you've changed. I don't mean this in a bad
I've
way.
always hoped to hear you speak your mind, Cass. And I am glad
I mean
to
that in a
have
good
heard your
way.
true
Like, she's
thoughts.
way more determined now.
Styxia. I visited that place in the past. Though it is now an island surrounded by the river of Saus torrents, it's not hard to see its former splendor. Go. I will not stand in your way. As for you, you are someone who has cheated death. I believe you have more than enough reason to make the trip with Castrus and meet the god of death himself. Castrus.
No, I know. There's no
I
way
too
we're
look
gonna stop
forward to
being on
your
Aglaya's
journey.
side, but yeah, no. In
What
our
kinds of new interpretations your completed story will bring to the flame chase journey.
in the truth or death game, like it was pretty stated. Like
Lady Aglaya.
we're not necessarily
I
wholly
hate to
on
put a
this because we
damper on
can't
this
actually
heartwarming
commit to
moment,
that.
But if Styxia
But I don't
is
see
now
a version where we
an
don't
island
align
surrounded
with
by the river of Saus
Aglaya.
torrents, then how do we find a way in? Lady Treby is probably...
The answer is quite simple. In the myths, Zagreus once made the domain of the dead
Time
their
to go get
treasure
Cypher.
vault. That is to say, they could enter and leave the nether realm as they pleased. And if they could do that, then it follows that the demigod who inherited their divinity must be capable of the same. I'll see you at Memorial Palace at Action Hour tomorrow. Cypher shall be your guide to finding that ancient city.
The tumultuous day finally comes to an end. Everyone disperses, each lost in their own thoughts. Nameless recollection. Some more of the Let me get to that. Oh, this is the eyelashes are fluttering. That's the look of someone lost in thought. Mem. It's cheating. How do you suddenly start copying me? But it's no easy feat to truly master the fairy tongue. You have to stay close together. You have to stay close together to really get the hang of it. But for now, let's open a new chapter. I want to share a new tale with you. Who do we got? That wasn't what I meant to hit. Having uncovered the secrets behind Era Nova, new drop in the strand of nameless recollection. Oh, only one. Oh, nope, okay. one to put in, but it's a group of 3. Oh, Tyson. Those flame-chasing people, those forgotten stories, as I've written. On the leaves, the rustling wind plays a melody as the girl looks over this courtyard petite and exhales, gently dispersing the palm-held blessing. The entire yard is lit softly, like a dandelion bathed in sunlight.
Is this courtyard a tad too small?
It's okay, Clementine. As long as it provides warmth plenty.
The girl makes the courtyard tidy, and in the Evernight lands outside the holy city, there is now a light curing souls' maladies. The girl's skills can bring forth miracles, but today she welcomes a patient quite special.
Welcome to the Twilight Courtyard. How can I help you?
The gravely patient shakes her head.
The end times are coming, and we all wander more and more. Oh, you may heal our wounds, but you cannot cure despair.
Okay, Junko. The girl watches the patient leave, and her heart swells in sorrow.
Clementine, prepare some things with me. I want this place to be brighter tomorrow.
One of Clementine's memo sprite? Or if it's person. The redhead child takes the girl's hands.
Long time no see, Hyacinth. Are you here in
Hi,
Akuma
JD.
for a visit, or do you need help from us?
The girl recounts her needs.
I want some shining things, even if they're considered junk.
Multicolored paper bags, crystal clear glass, cottons variously dyed, and jingling wind chimes. The girl brings them back to the courtyard and spares no effort to decorate all around. And when some fireflies wander in, the girl is all smiles.
Little ones, thank you for your light.
The patient returns here and opens their eyes wide. Multicolored dreams on the rooftop now reside, and the lawns contain the sweet whispers of sunlight. A soft breeze passes with no hint of cold, only serving to wake the playful chimes and ocarinas of delight.
Wow, there's light everywhere. What a warm place.
The news is soon spread by the grove, and people with empty hearts visit in droves. The girl prepares candies and tea and listens to every visitor's complaints. People say there was once a star called the sun in the sky, but now that star is no longer there. People say that Ocula took away the world's light, but they still left behind a heart bright to illuminate this happy dream in the night. Like the blizzards in the month of morning, doth calamity fall, burying warmth and dawn's calls. Orderless tides swallow up the grove of reason, and that tiny healing haven is also extinguished, broken, and barren. When the girl, far from home, hears of such grave news, the wind brings to her a moment of confusion, but it also evaporates the tears that briefly sparkle into being, and the girl still smiles bright and happy. Soon the people of Akuma see once again the girl collecting more pieces and tokens, wanting to rebuild that pure haven. But she never realized that wherever she stood, she herself was that holy courtyard, that light-filled haven. I'm gonna be so sad that I can't roll for her. This is a tale buried in history. One day, a student elated in victory dashed around the grove's territory.
I saw the spell the professor carved on his body.
The youth with white hair was beside himself in joy.
It must be a power most secret, a means for one man to stand against 1,000.
That spell was rare indeed, for it was a secret way to overturn a cart of hay. The scholar was still a mortal body, and yet to snatch life from death, or to reforge a new flesh through a god's remedy. As yet to. Various minute tricks and parody, he studied them all, crafting schemes oh so busy. For everyone knows, he wishes not to use the divine power that is his, refusing rightful custody. And in that unwitnessed moment of his death, final tragedy, he still held the hay cart spell steady, standing alone facing the evil enemy. Now that craft is regarded as a magnificent study, not because of what it was, but because of its purpose known to everybody. 100%, he is the Hanged Man. I was, I noticed that last patch, and I kind of looked at the other people. The other characters don't really seem to equate to a tarot card, but he's 100% representing the Hanged Man. In fact, he once crafted miracles, forging silent servants using soil as vehicle. Though no sentience, they do their job without obstacles, reviling Titan kin in spectacle. However, one day he suddenly changed his tune.
Creation is the Titan's work, and slavery is the Titan's manacle. When imitating divine evil, there's no need to invest reason, most pinnacle.
When the servants have all been recycled, he deigns not to explain, fearing to waste his reason or muscle, so he jokingly concludes the question with a chuckle.
If it's just for odd jobs, students are a better gamble.
The way he addresses himself comes from elsewhere, an imitation of divine machine with some flair. He happily answers 5 questions for those unaware, knowledge seemingly given with stingy care.
For a wise one, 5 answers reveal creation's secrets, the truth hidden and bold. But a fool learns but not, and is left in the cold. Now, inquire.
That is in fact the scholar's crafty snare. He hides the answer he seeks behind questions posed by those unaware, doling breadcrumbs as bait to lure and compare, when the inquirer may be worthy of his wisdom to share. The scholar never looks at laws and measurements, ignoring the flow and shift of time's passage, and uncomprehending students gossip in eager regiments.
He is panicked by the flow of time, for his work is yet done, yet to implement.
This man is too arrogant, and he intends to desecrate Orynyx's accomplishments.
This one was weird, because it didn't read the first one, and it didn't give me time between to read the other parts. Well, obviously, drag a class time as a statement. The student's answers seem rather adamant. He is panicked by the flow of time, for his work is yet done, yet to implement. The stubborn assistant interjects a rare display of testament. This man is too arrogant, and he intends to desecrate Orynyx's accomplishment. The passing sage from another school brings admonishment. There's also a thing where Cersei, I think, is regarded as a foreigner from the East. That's definitely part of the xenophobia Medea faces, and it's not the worst thing I was ever done to put Sue, who's from China, in that role. Yeah. Outside the courtyard, the gossip flows into the scholar's ear. He silently gives a grade to every question and argument, but none know the true answer, according to his judgment. Isn't only her second one? Damn. Cersei is a complex character. I don't really want to get into the story of Cersei at the moment, especially because, like, outside of the actual parts of Odysseus, I'm not fully read up at the moment. I was looking into some stuff yesterday, coincidentally, and was like, yeah, I don't remember a bunch of this. So I have a bunch of Greek stuff I'm going to be reading about in the next few days. Born with an evil curse, her hand dips into lethal cinnabar and white lead to personally decorate the faces of the dead. Her skills are said to bestow beauty on anyone, even transforming their appearance completely. Many skills were born out of her seclusion, but it painted her dwelling in a gloomy vision. Only a select few have set foot in this mansion, and the thief and the weaver were two such lucky persons. Okay, so that's Cypher and Aglaia. The girl converses with all items in the house, with specimens, tea sets, and even pillows in profusion, as if she can hear the responses of these non-living things.
I have always lived in isolation. Out of courtesy, this is how I practice my words and actions.
It's hard to believe her explanation. Her face when talking shows such a gentle disposition that unless she is telling fabrications, she must regard her partners as mere children. I guess because she's old? People passed these rumors down. Within the area of her encirclement, all things became frozen, escaping time's increments. It is an exaggeration that is certain. People only found an ancient lion's head in battle's ruins armaments.
Those words are true.
The head itself was nearly dead.
Though they won in fierce battle, the warriors were powerless to turn the tide. It was the embrace where death dwelled that gave early release from their pain.
This is how death escapes time. She keeps every final embrace hidden in her immortal heart. Out of her numerous works, butterflies and flowers often stand out stark. Ignite them, and you can almost hear the maker's remark. Even in death's silence, her sound can still be heard. It is a gift greatly treasured by the maiden. Few have the honor to be graced with such work. Only one has the heart to burn such a gift, and the reason she gives is rather far-fetched.
Must peer into all fates unknown.
The power of time is boundless, but there is one thing it cannot conquer.
Death is abominable in humans' eyes. Apart from my identity, there's nothing about me worthy of praise.
The beloved gold weaver hears this in distress, then tries to teach her the art of weaving in threads. It has been said that the maiden has works that the holy city possesses, but this is the judgment of the gold weaver expresses.
Ah, well, none can know all things, nor be skilled in all crafts. Her works are too early for the living to comprehend.
Then over time. Oh. Everyone's stories are so deep, I can't keep up. Does Saus understand them? What is a god exactly? Someone like me. I think Oro has something to do with time because in Grand Blue, there is a character called Orologia, who is what he calls it. She or they, because they have both forms. They're the like representative of time. So I literally think their name is like nighttime. No, Cross, she speaks in full language now. She doesn't need to mem. Well, I guess you could say that. So, Saucius, how about you become my god? Please protect me, okay? But still, I don't get it. So let me ask you another way. There must be a difference between gods and us, right? Otherwise, why would anyone want to become a god? To avoid being controlled. Controlled? Could it be that we're already? If it's because I was controlled that I'm at Saucius, then I suppose I wouldn't mind being controlled. As I keep asking, I only get more and more confused. Maybe I'll wait until I've grown a little more before discussing these things with Saucius. I love Mem. Mem never broke the fourth wall. It never happened. Looking at the origins of myths and stuff is actually really interesting because everything in a lot of ways is interconnected. A lot of myths, like a lot of the Grecian myths predate Greece and actually go back further. In some ways, they're greatly changed and manipulated into the Grecian form and culture. But it's one of the really interesting things. Like looking, the story of Hades is one that I know is particularly interesting in its origins. All right. That is where we'll stop for today, though. Probably, if I go and hit that, I will finish this quest and we'll rest. But I don't want to risk more quests happening and pulling me in. So we will stop here and pick this up next week. Friday, I will be playing more Atelier Yumiya. Gonna get some more progress in that. I did a bunch of crafting. I'm now super stonks. Monday, we'll be doing our yearly anniversary celebration Dino Crisis 2 full playthrough. And then we'll be back to this on Wednesday. Friday, I might have some stuff set up, so we might not be doing Yumiya next week, unfortunately. But we'll see how everything goes there. But yes, that'll be it for today. So thank you all for coming, and I will see you all again in the future. Bye-bye now.